Howdy, folks. You found your way to the Nexus 616. Today's adventure is called What If Harry Transformed into a Kraken during the second task and claimed the Black Lake as his kingdom. Love our content. Smash that like button and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment telling us what you think. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Deep Awakening. Harry couldn't feel his fingers. He stood at the edge of the Black Lake in nothing but his swimming trunks, and the February wind cut through him like a knife made of ice and bad decisions. Around him, the stands were packed, hundreds of students, faculty, journalists, ministry officials, all of them wrapped in heavy cloaks and warming charms while he stood half-naked on a wooden dock and tried not to think about the fact that he had absolutely no plan. Ron was down there. Somewhere in that black water, his best friend was being held hostage by mere people, and Harry had spent the entire night staring at the ceiling of his four-poster bed, cycling through every water-breathing spell he'd ever heard of and coming up empty. He'd found nothing. Weeks of searching, and he'd found nothing. "You're shaking," Neville said from behind him. "Brilliant observation, Nevada." "No, I mean, here." Neville pressed something into Harry's numb hand. It was slimy, gray-green, and looked like a ball of congealed pond scum. "Gillyweed. Professor Moody, well, he mentioned it in class, and I looked it up, and it should give you gills and webbed feet for about an hour. Maybe a bit more." Harry stared at the ugly lump of plant matter. Then he stared at Neville, who was pink-cheeked and anxious but standing firm. "Neville Longbottom, I could kiss you." "Please don't." Harry almost laughed. Almost. Then Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed across the lake, "Champions, you have 1 hour to recover your hostages. On my whistle." And the almost laugh died in his throat. Fleur Delacour stood 3 docks down, silver blonde hair whipping in the wind, her jaw set like a blade. She caught Harry looking and gave him a curt nod. Not friendly. Not hostile. Just one person acknowledging another before they both did something stupid. Cedric Diggory was stretching like he was about to run a race, his wand already out, lips moving through what was probably a bubblehead charm. Victor Crumb stood motionless as stone, staring at the water with the intensity of a man who intended to fight it personally. The whistle screamed. Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth, chewed twice, it tasted exactly as bad as it looked, and jumped. The cold hit him like a wall. The Black Lake in February wasn't water so much as liquid malice, and it closed over his head with a sound like a coffin lid slamming shut. For 3 terrible seconds, he couldn't breathe, couldn't see, couldn't think, then the gillyweed kicked in. Pain first. His neck split open on both sides, and he gagged before he realized those were gills, and they were working, pulling oxygen from the water as naturally as lungs pulled it from air. His fingers stretched and webbed. His feet did the same, elongating into something between human and frog, and suddenly the water wasn't an enemy anymore. It was a medium. He could move through it. Harry kicked downward and swam. The lake was vast and murky, the February sun filtering through the surface as a dim gray glow that faded within 20 feet. Below that, darkness. He cast a quiet lumos and the light pushed back the murk enough to see, rock, weed, the distant shapes of things moving in the gloom. He swam deeper. The first grindylows hit him at maybe 40 feet down. 3 of them, darting out from a forest of lakeweed with their spindly fingers reaching for his throat. Harry blasted them with a stunning spell, the red light looked strange underwater, thicker, slower, and 2 tumbled away. The third latched onto his ankle and bit. He kicked it free, sent another stunner, and kept moving. More came. A dozen this time, swarming from below like a cloud of malicious green spiders. Harry fired spell after spell, cutting a path through them, but they were fast and he was spending too much energy. He needed to go deeper, needed to find the Mere People village, needed to find Ron. Something changed. He felt it before he understood it. A warmth, spreading from his chest outward, like someone had pressed a hot stone against his sternum. The gillyweed transformation was still working, gills, webbed hands, webbed feet, but beneath it, something else was moving. Something that had nothing to do with plants or potions. The water felt different. Not cold anymore. Not hostile. It felt like recognition. Harry paused in his descent, treading water 50 feet below the surface, and the warmth in his chest pulsed. The Grindylows that had been swarming toward him stopped. Every single one of them. They hung in the water like puppets with cut strings, their bulging eyes fixed on him, and then, impossibly, they fled. Not just retreated. Fled. Scattering in every direction as if something had terrified them down to their miserable little bones. Harry looked around. Nothing was chasing them. Nothing was there. Just him. And the water. And that strange, building warmth. He kept swimming down. Had to. Ron was waiting, and the clock was ticking, and whatever that warmth was, it could wait. But with every meter of descent, the feeling intensified. The water pressed against him not with pressure but with something that felt almost like attention. Like the lake itself had opened an enormous eye and focused it squarely on the 14-year-old boy sinking through its depths. At 70 feet, his skin started to itch. At 90, the itch became a burn. At 120, Harry screamed, and the water swallowed the sound and gave back something that wasn't an echo. It was a note. A single, resonant tone that vibrated through the lake like a struck bell, and it came from everywhere and nowhere, from the water itself, from the rocks and the silt and the places where the light couldn't reach. The gillyweed transformation shattered. Not faded. Not expired. Shattered, like glass hit with a hammer, and Harry felt his gills seal shut and his webbing dissolve, and for one horrible second he was drowning, 120 feet below the surface with no air and no plan and no, his right arm split open. Not with blood. With something else. His skin rippled, bulged, and tore apart to reveal flesh beneath that was dark and smooth and covered in suckers the size of dinner plates. His arm, except it wasn't an arm anymore. It was a tentacle. 8 feet long and still growing, unfurling from his shoulder like a banner in a hurricane. Harry screamed again, and this time the sound that came out wasn't human. His left arm went next. Then his legs, both at once, the bones cracking and reforming with a pain so total it went past agony and into something almost like clarity. His torso expanded, swelled, his ribs spreading apart to make room for organs that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. His skull reshaped itself, wider, flatter, his eyes migrating to the sides of a head that was becoming something vast and terrible and ancient. He was growing. He was becoming. The lake sang to him. Not the single note from before. A symphony. Currents and pressures and temperatures, the entire hydrography of the Black Lake poured into his mind like water into a cup, and he understood it. Every square foot. Every cave and trench and hidden grotto. The thermal layer at 60 feet where the warm surface water met the cold deep. The underground spring on the eastern shore that fed freshwater into the system. The Mere People village, there, 200 feet down and a quarter-mile south, nestled in a bowl of volcanic rock. And the hostages. 4 of them, tied to stone pillars in the village square, suspended in enchanted sleep. He could feel them like pins on a map that was drawn on the inside of his skull. Ron. Hermione. Cho Chang. And a small one, tiny, bird-boned, Gabrielle Delacour. Fleur's little sister. Harry, or the thing that had been Harry, that was still Harry somewhere in the vast and spreading darkness of this new body, turned south and dove. He moved through the water like he'd been born to it. Because he had, some ancient part of him whispered. Because the Potters had always belonged to the deep, and the deep had always been waiting for them to come home. He was enormous. The full scope of his body was something he couldn't quite comprehend from the inside, it was like trying to see your own face without a mirror. But he could feel the tentacles, 8 of them, each as thick as a tree trunk and twice as long, trailing behind him like the train of a monstrous gown. His body was a torpedo of dark muscle, 30 feet from beak to mantle, covered in skin that shifted color with his mood, black when he was afraid, deep crimson when the rage came, and a strange, pulsing silver when the lake sang and he sang back. A kraken. The word surfaced in his mind like a bubble rising from the deep. He was a kraken. The last of the krakens, maybe. And the lake knew it, and the lake was glad. The Mere People village appeared below him like a scattered handful of stone cottages. Mere folk, dozens of them, were gathered in the village square around the 4 bound hostages. They had spears. They had tridents. They were ready for champions to come fighting. They were not ready for this. Harry descended on the village like a thundercloud descending on a field, and the merfolk scattered. Some screamed, the sound was different underwater, sharper, more resonant, and some dove for cover, and some raised their weapons with the wild-eyed determination of soldiers facing something they knew they couldn't kill. One didn't move. She was old. Her face was carved with lines like river channels, and her tail was the gray-green of deep ocean kelp, and she held a trident of carved whalebone that looked older than the village around her. She floated before the hostages and stared up at the mountain of tentacles and darkness that was blocking out what little light reached this depth, and she spoke a single word. Harry shouldn't have understood it. It was Mermish, a language of clicks and whale song that no surface wizard could parse without a translation charm. But he understood it the way he understood the lake's geography, instinctively, as if the knowledge had always been there and was only now waking up. Tide King. The old mare woman, chieftainess, his mind supplied, her name is Mercus, and she has ruled the Black Lake merfolk for 206 years, lowered her trident. Not in surrender. In salute. Harry didn't know what a Tide King was. He didn't know why she was looking at him like he was the answer to a question she'd been asking her whole life. He didn't have time to ask, because Ron was right there, tied to a pillar with enchanted rope, his red hair floating around his sleeping face like fire underwater, and Harry was not going to leave him there for one more second. He reached out with 2 tentacles, gently, so gently, because each one could crush a boulder and Ron was fragile, and snapped the ropes. Then Hermione's. Then Cho's. Then little Gabrielle's, who was so small that his tentacle could have wrapped around her 3 times over. 4 hostages. He gathered them against his body, cradled in a cage of tentacles, their sleeping forms protected from the pressure and the cold by the same instinct that let him breathe and see and move in the darkness. The enchanted sleep held. They floated safely in the pocket of warmth his body generated, and he turned upward. Some of the merfolk were still pointing weapons at him. Most had stopped. Mercus watched him go with an expression that he would later learn to recognize as awe mixed with grief, the look of someone seeing a prophecy fulfilled and understanding for the first time what it would cost. Harry rose through the Black Lake like a leviathan ascending from myth. The water parted for him. Fish fled in silver cascades. The giant squid, an old friend, or so he'd always thought, pressed itself against the lake floor as he passed and extended one tentacle upward in a gesture that looked almost like a bow. The surface was a ceiling of fractured light above him. 200 feet. 100. 50. Harry breached. The Kraken exploded from the Black Lake like a mountain being born. Water erupted in a column 100 feet high, and the shockwave sent waves crashing against the shore hard enough to soak the first 3 rows of spectators. Harry's body, all 30 feet of it, cleared the surface for one impossible, suspended moment, tentacles spread against the gray February sky, for tiny human figures held aloft in a careful cage of dark, gleaming muscle. Then gravity remembered its job, and he came down. The splash was, to put it mildly, significant. On the shore, pandemonium. People screamed. People ran. Dumbledore was on his feet. McGonagall had her wand out. Hagrid was standing with his mouth open and tears streaming into his beard, looking like Christmas had come early and brought a pet. Harry swam to the shallows, barely fitting, his body was absurdly large for the space between the docks, and laid the 4 hostages on the wooden platform as carefully as he could. Each tentacle placed its burden with surgical precision. Ron. Hermione. Cho. Gabrielle. All breathing. All safe. Then came the hard part. He didn't know how to change back. The Kraken body was enormous and powerful and strangely comfortable, and the part of his mind that was still Harry Potter, terrified, exhilarated, 14 years old and in way over his head, couldn't find the switch. He contracted, tried to think himself smaller, tried to remember what hands felt like, what legs were for, what it was to have a face with only 2 eyes. The lake helped. It pulsed, warm and steady, like a mother's hand on a child's forehead, and Harry felt the transformation reverse. The tentacles retracted. The mass shrank. Bones cracked and reformed. Skin rippled from dark chitin to pale human flesh. It hurt, God, it hurt, and he made a sound that started as a kraken's roar and ended as a teenage boy's hoarse scream. He collapsed on the dock. Naked, the swimming trunks hadn't survived the transformation, shaking, gasping, and very much human. For about 3 seconds, nobody moved. Then Gabrielle Delacour, who had woken up during the ascent and was sitting on the dock in a puddle of lake water, threw herself at Harry and wrapped her arms around his neck and sobbed. Harry caught her automatically, which was good, because the next thing that happened was Fleur. Fleur Delacour came through the crowd like a force of nature, shoving past Bagman, past a photographer whose camera she might have broken with her elbow, past a ministry official who wisely got out of her way. She dropped to her knees beside her sister, pulled Gabrielle against her chest, and held her so tightly that the little girl squeaked. Then she looked at Harry. He expected fear. Everyone else was looking at him with some version of it, shock, horror, the kind of fascinated terror usually reserved for watching buildings collapse. But Fleur's eyes held none of that. She was looking at him the way Mercus had. Like she recognized something. Like something behind her eyes, something old and silver and burning, had sat up and taken notice. "You saved her," Fleur said. Her voice was steady and fierce. "You saved all of them." "Yeah." Harry couldn't think of anything smarter to say. He was naked on a dock and his skin was still doing strange things, rippling, like the surface of water disturbed by a stone dropped from a great height. Seemed like the thing to do. Fleur stared at him for one more second. Then she leaned forward and kissed him on each cheek, the formal French greeting, except there was nothing formal about the way her lips lingered or the way her breath caught when her skin touched his and the water on his cheek steamed. She pulled back, eyes wide. Harry felt it too, a jolt, electric and impossible, like 2 live wires touching. Vila fire and lake water. Something in the collision of those 2 magics had sparked. Then McGonagall was there with a cloak, wrapping it around him with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had seen too much nonsense in her career to be paralyzed by more. "Mr. Potter. Hospital wing. Now. And someone get Madame Pomfrey before she has an aneurysm." Madame Pomfrey was, in fact, already having an aneurysm. Harry could hear her voice from the shore, high-pitched and getting higher, transformed into a what? A kraken? "There is no precedent, there is no protocol, I don't even know what diagnostic charm to, I'm fine," Harry said, which was a lie, because his bones ached and his skin wouldn't stop rippling and he was fairly certain he had 8 phantom limbs that his brain kept trying to move. "You are very obviously not fine," McGonagall said, steering him off the dock with one hand on his shoulder. "You just turned into a sea monster in front of 500 people and the entire press corps." "Did I win?" McGonagall's lips thinned. It was her version of a smile. "The judges are deliberating." Harry glanced back toward the judges' table as McGonagall led him away. Bagman was beaming, gesticulating wildly at his fellow judges with the enthusiasm of a man who had just witnessed the greatest spectacle of his career. Percy Weasley, sitting in for Crouch Sr., looked like he might faint. Maxime was murmuring with Karkaroff, who was pale as milk. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was sitting perfectly still. His hands were folded in his lap. His half-moon spectacles reflected the grey sky. He wasn't smiling, wasn't frowning, wasn't doing any of the things Dumbledore usually did when extraordinary events occurred. He was just, still. Watching Harry with those piercing blue eyes. And his stillness was louder than Bagman's enthusiasm, louder than the crowd's hysteria, louder than anything. Because Dumbledore was a man who always had a response, a twinkle, a quip, a carefully calibrated piece of grandfatherly wisdom. And right now, he had nothing. Which meant that what had just happened was something even Albus Dumbledore hadn't fully prepared for. That scared Harry more than the transformation. The hospital wing was warm and bright and smelled of potions and clean linen, and Harry hated every second of it. Madame Pomfrey cast 17 different diagnostic charms on him, muttering under her breath with increasing agitation, and each one came back with results that made her mutter louder. Your magical core has tripled in density. Your blood has trace elements of, what is that? Some form of ancient marine thaumaturgy that isn't in any of my reference texts. And your skin, she touched his forearm and yanked her hand back. Your skin is ambient. It's giving off magical resonance like a ward stone. Is that bad? I have no idea, Mr. Potter. That's rather the problem. Ron appeared 20 minutes later, still damp, wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf that someone had shoved at him. He stood in the doorway of the hospital wing and stared at Harry with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing spectacularly. So, Ron said. Kraken. Yeah. Big one. Fairly big, yeah. Cool. Ron sat down on the edge of the bed. I was asleep for the whole thing, by the way. Bit miffed about that. Everyone's saying it was the most incredible thing they've ever seen, and I was unconscious for it. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Ron being Ron. Ron sitting on his bed and being annoyed about the wrong thing in exactly the right way. Hermione will have taken notes. Hermione was also unconscious. She'll have taken notes anyway. Ron snorted. Then his face did something complicated, cycling through several emotions before settling on one that was too serious for the joke they'd been playing. Harry. What happened down there? I don't know. It was the first honest thing he'd said since coming out of the water. The gillyweed worked, and then it didn't, and then the water, I don't know, Ron. It was like the lake wanted something from me. And then I was, that. And you could control it? You knew what you were doing. Mostly. It felt, Harry struggled for words. Natural. Like I'd always known how but forgot, and the water reminded me. Ron absorbed this. He was quiet for a long time, not sulking, just thinking, which was a rarer and more valuable version of Ron. The Mare people. Someone said they called you something. A name. Tide King. Any idea what that means? None. Right. Ron stood up. Well, when you figure it out, tell me first. Before Hermione. I want to see the look on her face when she finds out there's something she doesn't already know. Harry grinned. It felt strange on his face, like the muscles had to remember how to arrange themselves for a human expression. Deal. Ron left. Madame Pomfrey force-fed Harry 3 potions, one for pain, one for magical stabilization, whatever that meant, and one that she admitted was mostly a placebo because she didn't know what else to do. Then she drew the curtains and told him to sleep. Harry lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and did not sleep. He could feel the lake. Not like a memory. Like a limb. Like closing your eyes and still knowing where your hand is because the nerves are still connected, still reporting. The Black Lake was there, a constant presence at the edge of his awareness, its currents, its temperatures, its creatures moving through its depths like thoughts through a mind. And beneath the familiar topography, something else. Something deeper than the Mare People village, deeper than the Grindylow nests, deeper than any mapped trench or surveyed cave. A layer of the lake that shouldn't exist, that his newly gifted senses could detect but not quite penetrate, like pressing your face against frosted glass and seeing shapes move on the other side. The lake had secrets. And now, apparently, they were his to keep. Hermione visited after dinner. She arrived with 3 books, a scroll of parchment already half covered in her cramped handwriting, and a slightly manic gleam in her eye that meant she'd found a research problem worthy of her talents. "Tide Kings," she said, dropping the books on his bedside table. "There are exactly 4 references in the Hogwarts library, and 3 of them contradict each other. The most reliable source is a 14th-century bestiary that mentions the sovereign line of the Deep Places, who held dominion over the oceans before the rise of wandcraft. It says the bloodline died out centuries ago." "Apparently not." "Apparently not," Hermione agreed. She sat down and fixed him with her most penetrating look, the one that could make professors squirm. "Harry. How do you feel?" He considered lying. Decided against it. Hermione would know. "Like I'm 2 people. Or 1 person and 1 place. The lake is in my head, Hermione. I can feel it right now. The temperature of the water at the surface. The school of fish near the eastern shore. The giant squid sleeping in the deep mud." Hermione's quill was moving. "Can you feel the mere people?" "Yes. They're restless. Moving around a lot. I think what happened today shook them up." "Can you feel us? Humans, I mean." Harry concentrated. "No. Just the water and what's in it. You'd have to be in the lake for me to feel you." Hermione wrote this down with the focused intensity of someone cataloging a new species. Then she set down the quill and looked at him, not the researcher now, just his friend. "Are you scared?" "Terrified." "Good. That means you're still you." She squeezed his hand. "We'll figure this out, Harry. Whatever it is, Tide Kings, Krakens, all of it. We'll figure it out." He believed her. Hermione figuring things out was as reliable as the sunrise. She left when Madame Pomfrey shooed her out, and Harry lay in the dark again, listening to the castle breathe. Hogwarts at night was never truly silent. Pipes gurgled, portraits snored, the wind found its way through stones that had been settling for 1,000 years. Usually, the sounds were comforting. Tonight, they weren't enough. The lake was calling. Not in words. Not even in feelings, exactly. More like a tide, a pull, gentle and relentless, tugging at something behind his navel. The same place where a portkey grabbed you, except this wasn't transportation magic. This was belonging. The lake wanted its king to come home. Harry threw off the covers, pulled on his clothes, and slipped out of the hospital wing. Hogwarts's corridors were empty. February midnight, and even Peeves had found somewhere else to be. Harry moved through the castle on autopilot, his feet finding the route to the entrance hall and the front doors without his brain's involvement. The cold hit him when he stepped outside, but it was a surface cold, skin-deep, irrelevant. The heat in his chest was back, pushing outward, keeping the February night at bay. The lake was still. Perfectly, impossibly still. The wind that had been whipping across the grounds all day had died, and the water lay flat as black glass, reflecting the stars and the thin sliver of moon. It was beautiful. Harry had seen the lake 1,000 times and never thought that before. He walked to the shore. Took off his shoes. Stepped into the water. It was warm. Not the biting cold of February lake water, warm, like a bath drawn by someone who knew exactly how hot you liked it. The water climbed to his ankles, his shins, his knees, and each inch of contact sent information flooding into his mind. The positions of sleeping fish. The slow pulse of the giant squid's 3 hearts. The Grindylows cowering in their wheat forests, still remembering the thing that had swum through their territory hours ago. And the mere people. He could feel them all now, hundreds of them, filling the village and the caves beyond, and their emotional state came to him like weather. Turmoil. Hope. Fear. Reverence. They knew their king was in the water. They could feel him the same way he could feel them. Harry stood waist deep in the black lake and breathed. "What are you?" he said quietly. Not to the lake. To himself. To whatever was waking up inside him. The lake answered anyway. Not in words, in knowledge. Images and sensations that poured into his mind like water into a vessel. He saw a kingdom. Not above the surface, below it. Vast. Ancient. Built of luminescent stone and living coral and magic so old it predated wands, predated Latin incantations, predated everything the wizarding world called modern. A kingdom that existed in a space that was deeper than the lake's physical depth, as if the water were a door and behind it lay an ocean. His kingdom. His birthright. A throne sitting empty in the dark, waiting for someone with the right blood to sit on it and make the lights come on. And beneath that, beneath everything, something else. Harry felt it like you feel someone watching you from across a dark room. A presence. Vast and patient and very, very old. It was below the kingdom, below the deepest trench, chained in a place where even the Kraken's senses couldn't reach clearly. It was aware. It was awake. And it was smiling. A pulse, cold and alien and unmistakably intentional, rippled upward from the bottom of the lake. It passed through the Mere-People village, and Harry felt them flinch, all of them, as one. It passed through the ruins of the kingdom he'd only just discovered. It passed through 200 feet of water and hit Harry like a bass note too low to hear, felt only in the bones. "Hello, little king." Harry stumbled backward, water splashing around his legs. The warmth in his chest blazed hot, not welcoming anymore, but defensive. A warning. Whatever was down there, the lake didn't want him near it. He stood on the shore, dripping, heart hammering, and stared at the still black water. "Harry." He spun. His hand was on his wand before his brain caught up, and by the time he recognized the voice, he'd already half-drawn. Fleur Delacour stood on the path from the castle, wrapped in a dark blue cloak, her hair loose around her shoulders. She was watching him with an expression that was cautious but not afraid. Not a trace of fear. That same recognition from the dock, that looked like she was seeing past his skin to something underneath. "You should not be out here alone," she said. "Neither should you." "I could not sleep." "The lake," she hesitated. "I feel it. Not the way you do, I think. But something. A warmth. A pull." She touched her chest, mirroring the exact spot where Harry's own heat burned. "My grandmother was full Vila. She used to say that all old magic speaks the same language. Different accents, perhaps, but the same tongue." Harry looked at her, really looked, not the reflexive glance and look away that her Vila allure usually provoked. She was beautiful, yes, obviously, in the way that sunsets and sword blades were beautiful. But that wasn't what struck him. What struck him was the calm. She was standing 5 feet from a boy who had turned into a 30-foot sea monster that afternoon, and she was calm. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Fleur's chin lifted. "I am part Vila. When I was 9, I lost my temper at a boy who pulled my hair, and my fire burned down a garden shed. His parents called me Monstre. My mother had to explain to the French ministry why a child had produced fire hot enough to melt steel. She met his eyes. "I do not fear those who carry something wild inside them, Harry Potter. I understand them." They stood together in the dark, looking at the lake. "They called me Tide King," Harry said. "The Mere-People. I don't know what it means." "It means you are more than they told you. More than anyone told you." Her voice held an edge, not directed at him. At the world that kept secrets from children and then acted surprised when the secrets exploded. The Delacour family has records. Very old ones. My grandmother's grandmother spoke of the Tide Kings, the rulers of the deep places, before modern magic, before ministries and schools. They were immense. They could become the ocean's creatures. They could speak to the water, and it would obey. That's me. That is your blood. What you do with it is still yours to choose. The lake lapped at their feet. The water touched Fleur's shoes and steamed, a thin curl of vapor rising from the contact between her ambient Vila fire and the lake's water magic. They both looked down at the steam. Then at each other. That's new, Harry said. Fleur was staring at the steam with an expression that was half fascination, half something he couldn't read. I think your lake likes me. It's not he stopped. Because it was. He could feel it. The Black Lake was his in a way that nothing had ever been his, not the Dursley's cupboard, not his Gringotts vault, not even his wand. This was bone deep, blood deep, a connection that went past ownership into something more like identity. He was the lake's king, and the lake was his kingdom, and denying it would be like denying that he had green eyes or a scar on his forehead. Maybe it is, he said quietly. Fleur nodded as if he'd passed a test she hadn't told him about. Then you should learn to rule it. Before someone else tries to rule it for you. She glanced back at the castle, at the window of the headmaster's office, where a faint light still burned. Her meaning was clear. You don't trust Dumbledore. I trust that he is very old, and very clever, and has had a very long time to decide that he knows best about everything. She looked back at Harry. Do you trust him? Harry thought about Dumbledore's silence on the dock. The stillness. The empty space where a reaction should have been. I trust him to do what he thinks is right, he said. I'm less sure I trust his definition of right. Fleur smiled. It transformed her face from beautiful to devastating, not the Vila allure, which was always there, thrumming like a background hum, but something warmer and more real. Then you are wiser than most people twice your age. She pulled her cloak tighter. Good night, Harry Potter. King of the Black Lake. She walked back toward the castle. Harry watched her go, and the lake watched with him, and for a moment he could have sworn the water temperature rose by half a degree, a flush, like a blush, but hydraulic. He turned back to the lake. The surface was still. The stars reflected in it like they were drowning. Somewhere below, far, far below, that cold pulse waited, patient and ancient and vast, and Harry could feel it pressing against the edges of his awareness like a tongue probing a sore tooth. Come down, it seemed to whisper. Come down and see what your ancestors left behind. Harry stood ankle-deep in his kingdom, shivering in a way that had nothing to do with the cold, and made himself a promise. He would go down. He would see. He would learn what the Mere people knew and what Dumbledore wasn't telling him and what was chained in the dark beneath a throne he'd never asked for. But he would do it on his terms. Not as a pawn. Not as a tool. Not as a weapon for someone else's war. As a king. He stepped out of the water. The lake clung to his ankles for one reluctant moment before letting go, and the loss of contact hit him like walking out of a warm room into winter. But the bond remained, a thread of awareness stretching from his chest to the water, unbreakable, singing softly in a key that only he could hear. Harry walked back to the castle. Behind him, the Black Lake settled into its ancient stillness. And deep below, far deeper than the Mere people, deeper than the Forgotten Kingdom, deeper than light or memory or the reach of any map ever drawn, something stirred in chains that were older than Hogwarts, older than the Founders, older than the very concept of magic as humans understood it. It had waited for centuries. Millennia. Time was meaningless to a thing that had existed before time was invented. But now there was a king in the water. A new king, young and raw and full of power he didn't yet understand. And the chains, oh, the chains. They had been calibrated for a dead bloodline, a throne that would never be sat in, a kingdom that would never be claimed. Living blood in the water changed things. Living blood in the water changed everything. The abyssal settled deeper into its prison and did something it hadn't done in 3,000 years. It began to plan. Far above, sleeping in a hospital bed he'd snuck back into, Harry Potter dreamed of dark water and a voice like grinding stone, and in his dream, the voice said, "Welcome home, little king. We have so much to discuss." He woke gasping at dawn, the taste of salt and something darker on his tongue, and couldn't remember what he'd dreamed. But the lake remembered. The lake always remembered. Chapter 2, The Kingdom Below. The Daily Prophet arrived with breakfast, and breakfast arrived with chaos. Harry had barely sat down at the Gryffindor table, late, groggy, his skin still doing that unsettling ripple thing whenever he got agitated, when Hermione slapped a newspaper in front of him hard enough to rattle the silverware. Boy WHO lived or beast WHO surfaced. By Rita Skeeter, special correspondent in scenes of unprecedented horror. Yesterday, Harry Potter, 14, already the subject of controversy following his suspicious entry into the Triwizard Tournament, underwent what experts are calling the most disturbing magical transformation witnessed in modern British history. Before the eyes of hundreds of spectators, including this reporter, Potter transformed into a fully mature Kraken, a Class XXXXX magical creature, during the tournament's second task, causing widespread panic and property damage to the spectator stands. "I've never seen anything like it," said one traumatized Hogwarts student who declined to be named. "It was massive. We thought it was going to eat us." Ministry experts are divided on the implications. The ability to transform into a dark creature of that magnitude suggests exposure to deeply questionable magic, said Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister. The ministry will be conducting a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, questions mount about the Black Lake itself, which Hogwarts has long claimed as school property despite its status as a significant magical waterway under ministry jurisdiction. Harry stopped reading. The article went on for 2 more columns, each one worse than the last, weaving implications of dark magic, illegal creature transformation, and ministry overreach into a tapestry of carefully calibrated hysteria. "She called me a dark creature." "She called you a lot of things," Hermione said tightly. "Most of them actionable, if the wizarding world had decent libel laws." Ron dropped into the seat across from them, grabbed a piece of toast, and glanced at the headline. "Skeeter's a hack. Everyone knows that." "Everyone reads her anyway," Harry said. He could feel the stares. The great hall was a fishbowl of whispered conversations and sidelong glances, and every single one of them was aimed at him. Some of the looks were frightened. Some were fascinated. A few, mostly Slytherins, but not exclusively, were hostile. Malfoy was holding court at his table, and Harry didn't need to hear the words to know the general thrust. "Potter's a freak, Potter's dangerous, my father will hear about this." The Hufflepuffs were the hardest to take. They weren't hostile, just wary. The same table that had cheered for Cedric yesterday was now watching Harry like he might sprout tentacles over his eggs. "Let them stare," said a voice behind him. Fred Weasley, or George, Harry honestly couldn't tell from behind, slid onto the bench next to Ron. "You turned into a bloody Kraken, mate. That's the most metal thing anyone's ever done at this school, and I'm including the time Dumbledore dueled Grindelwald." "That didn't happen at this school," Hermione said. "Details." George, or Fred, sat down on Harry's other side. "Point is, half the school thinks you're terrifying and the other half wants your autograph. Lean into it." "I don't want to lean into anything. I want to eat breakfast without being stared at." "Ships sailed, brother. Ships sailed, sunk, and been raised from the deep by a teenage Kraken." Harry almost smiled. Then a first year at the end of the table made eye contact with him, went pale, and knocked over a jug of pumpkin juice in her haste to look away, and the almost smile died. He pushed back from the table. "I'm going to see Dumbledore." He didn't get the chance. Dumbledore came to him. Harry was halfway across the entrance hall when the headmaster appeared at the top of the marble staircase, descending with that deceptive ease that made it look like gravity was a suggestion he chose to follow out of politeness. He was wearing robes of deep midnight blue, his silver beard neatly arranged, his half-moon spectacles catching the light from the high windows. He looked exactly the way he always looked, ancient and serene and fundamentally in control. Harry. Walk with me. It wasn't really a question. Harry fell into step beside him, and Dumbledore led them not to his office but outside, across the grounds, toward the lake. Harry's feet recognized the path. His blood recognized the destination. They stopped at the shore, at almost exactly the spot where Harry had stood the night before. The lake was gray under the overcast sky, small waves lapping at the stones. It looked ordinary. It felt like a cathedral. "I owe you a conversation," Dumbledore said. "One I should have had with you years ago, had I believed it would ever become relevant." "Relevant to what?" "To what you are." Dumbledore's eyes were on the lake, not on Harry, and his voice held a weight that Harry wasn't used to hearing from the old man. None of the usual twinkle. None of the gentle deflection. "You know the name Potter. You know it as your father's name, and his father's before him, and so on into the comfortable fog of recent history. But the Potter line is far older than most realize, Harry. It stretches back before the Statute of Secrecy, before the founding of Hogwarts, before the Ministry of Magic existed." "How far back?" "To the age of the Tide Kings." The phrase hit Harry like a physical thing. Tide King. The same words Mercus had spoken in the dark water yesterday, and the same resonance, a vibration in his chest, a recognition in his blood. Dumbledore told him. Not everything, Harry would realize that later, when the gaps became obvious. But enough to reshape the world. The Tide Kings were an ancient line of sea mages, Dumbledore explained, predating wand magic by millennia. They didn't cast spells in the modern sense. They were magic, their bodies channels for the raw power of the deep ocean. They could transform into the great creatures of the sea, Krakens, Leviathans, things that had no names in modern languages. They ruled a kingdom beneath the waves, a sovereign domain that existed in dimensionally expanded space, larger on the inside than the body of water that contained it. The Black Lake, Harry said, is a threshold. A door. Beneath its surface, the dimensional pocket that once housed the Tide Kingdom still exists. Shrunken from its former glory, certainly, the magic that maintained it has been without a sovereign for centuries. But still vast. Still real. Dumbledore paused. The founders built Hogwarts here deliberately, Harry. Not for the view. They built it to guard the kingdom. To watch over it. To ensure that its secrets remained buried and its power remained unclaimed. Dumbledore finally looked at him, and Harry saw something he'd never seen in those blue eyes before, uncertainty. The Potter line inherited the Tide King bloodline through a marriage in the early medieval period, a union between a Potter ancestor and the last known daughter of the royal house. Over centuries, the blood thinned. The transformative ability faded. By your grandfather's generation, there was no indication that the bloodline still carried any potency. Until me. Until you. Dumbledore inclined his head. The gillyweed opened your body to water magic. That, combined with the lake's own ancient enchantments, which have lain dormant for centuries, it appears to have reactivated the dormant Tide King inheritance in your blood. The transformation you underwent was not a spell, Harry. It was a birthright, expressing itself for the first time in perhaps 1,000 years. Harry stood at the edge of the lake and felt the water reaching for him. Little waves lapping at his shoes, warmer than they should have been, insistent as a dog pressing its nose against your hand. You knew, Harry said quietly. You knew the Potters had this bloodline. I suspected. The records are fragmentary, you knew enough to build contingencies. You've been headmaster for decades, sitting on top of a dimensional pocket kingdom, and you're telling me you suspected the connection? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. I knew, he admitted. I did not believe it would manifest. The blood was too thin, the line too far removed from the source. But you didn't tell me. Even after my name came out of the goblet. Even when you knew I'd be going into that lake. I did not believe. You didn't believe it was relevant. Right. Harry's voice was flat, and the lake responded to his mood, the small waves grew, slapping harder against the shore, the temperature of the water spiking by several degrees. "What else aren't you telling me?" Another silence. Longer this time. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, not the practiced blankness of a politician, but the genuine conflict of a man deciding how much truth a 14-year-old could bear. "For now," Dumbledore said carefully, "I think this is enough. You have a great deal to process, and I do not wish to. You're doing it right now. Right this second. You're deciding what I can handle, and you're holding the rest back." Harry turned to face him fully. "I'm standing here with a lake in my head and a body that turned into a kraken yesterday, Professor. I think we're past the point of managing my reactions." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Not anger, respect, maybe, or surprise. As if Harry had said the thing he was supposed to say but wasn't expected to say for several more years. "You are perhaps right," Dumbledore said. "But some truths are better discovered than told. I suspect the lake itself will be a better teacher than I am, in the days to come." It was a deflection. A graceful one, wrapped in wisdom and delivered with warmth, but a deflection nonetheless. Harry recognized it because he'd been watching Dumbledore deploy them for 4 years. He let it go. "For now. I'm going to dive," Harry said. "Today. I need to see what's down there. I would advise caution, I'm not asking permission." The words hung between them. Harry heard what he'd said, the authority in it, the flat certainty, and some part of him was appalled. This was Dumbledore. You didn't talk to Dumbledore like that. But a larger part, a deeper part, the part that could feel a kingdom humming beneath his feet, knew that the time for deference was past. Dumbledore studied him for a long, quiet moment. Then he nodded once. "Then I would ask only that you take care. The kingdom has been without a sovereign for a very long time. Not everything down there will be welcoming." Harry looked at the lake. The lake looked back. "I know," he said. He went back to the castle to change, swimming trunks this time, with a waterproof pouch for his wand, because he was done jumping into lakes unprepared. Hermione intercepted him in the Gryffindor common room with a sheaf of notes and a look of intense concern. "You're going back down there?" "Yes. Today." "Yes." Without fully understanding what happened to you yesterday, without any historical context beyond whatever Dumbledore deigned to share, and without a plan beyond swim down and see what happens. "That's the gist, yeah." Hermione pressed her lips together. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to argue. Instead, she held out a roll of parchment. "These are the notes I've compiled on the Tide Kings from every source I could find in the library. For references, like I said, but I cross-referenced them with accounts of the lake's founding, the Hogwarts Charter, and 3 separate bestiaries. There are patterns." Harry took the parchment. "Patterns?" "The founders didn't just build Hogwarts near the lake. They built it around the lake. The castle's ward scheme is anchored to the lake bed. Whatever is down there, Hogwarts was designed to contain it, or protect it. Maybe both." "Both," Harry said, thinking of the cold pulse from last night. "Something to contain, and something to protect it from." "Hermione, you're brilliant." "I know. Be careful." He walked to the lake alone. The February air was bitter, the sky a sheet of grey pressing down on the grounds like a lid, but Harry barely felt the cold. The heat in his chest was back, growing as he approached the water, like a compass needle swinging toward true north. He waded in. The water rose around him, warm and welcoming, and at waist depth, he stopped fighting what his body wanted to do and let the transformation take him. It was easier the second time. Still painful, bones didn't reshape without complaint, but the pain was a known quantity now, a toll he understood the purpose of. His arms became tentacles. His legs fused and expanded. His torso swelled into the massive torpedo shape of the Kraken, and his senses exploded outward, mapping the lake in real time. He dove. Down through the gray-green murk of the upper waters, past the thermocline at 60 feet where the temperature dropped like a cliff, into the true darkness below. Fish scattered before him. Grindylows fled. The giant squid, lurking in a trench on the western side, pulsed a greeting, a rhythmic flash of bioluminescence that Harry understood instinctively as King, the king swims. The Mere-People village appeared at 200 feet, the same cluster of stone cottages where he'd found the hostages. But he didn't stop there. He could feel what was below, the tug of deeper water, the hum of ancient magic, pulling him downward towards something that the everyday Black Lake had no business containing. Below the village, the lake floor dropped away. Not gradually. Suddenly. Like someone had cut a hole in the bottom of the world. One moment Harry was swimming over silt and rock, and the next he was hovering above an abyss that went down and down and down into darkness that his Kraken eyes couldn't penetrate. Except it wasn't an abyss. It was a passage. The dimensional pocket. He could feel the boundary, a membrane of ancient magic, thin as a soap bubble and strong as diamond, separating the physical lake from the space that existed beneath it. The space that was larger than the lake. Larger, maybe, than the grounds of Hogwarts. Harry pushed through. The membrane parted around him like a curtain, and on the other side, the water changed. It was warmer, first of all, almost tropical, despite being hundreds of feet below the Scottish Highlands. And it was lit. Not by sunlight, which couldn't reach here, but by the ruins themselves. Luminescent stone. That was the only way to describe it. The walls, because there were walls now, carved rock faces rising on either side of him like the sides of a canyon, were made of a mineral that glowed with a soft, blue-white light. Not bright enough to hurt. Bright enough to see. And what Harry saw made him forget, for a moment, that he was a Kraken, or a wizard, or even human. A kingdom. The Tide Kingdom spread out before him in the blue-white light like a dream of Atlantis. Towers of luminescent stone, carved with runes that pulsed faintly, their shapes organic and flowing, no right angles, no straight lines, everything curved like waves frozen mid-break. Bridges spanning chasms. Plazas tiled with shells and sea glass, still intact after millennia. Living coral growing over everything in brilliant colors, red, orange, violet, not the bleached dead coral of damaged reefs, but vibrant, thriving growth fed by the ambient magic saturating the water. And the throne room. Harry felt it before he saw it, a gravitational pull, subtle but inexorable, drawing him toward the center of the kingdom. He swam through avenues that had once housed thousands, past workshops and forges, cold now, their fires long dead, past barracks and gardens and places that might have been schools or temples or both. Everything was abandoned. Everything was intact. Like the kingdom had been emptied overnight and then preserved in the magic-saturated water like a fly in amber. The throne room was at the heart of it. It was a domed chamber the size of Hogwarts' Great Hall, its ceiling a mosaic of bioluminescent tiles that depicted scenes Harry couldn't fully parse, figures transforming, tentacles reaching, chains binding something dark and vast. The walls were lined with alcoves containing artifacts, tridents, crowns, armor made of some dark material that drank the light. And at the center, on a raised dais of black volcanic rock, surrounded by a ring of runes that flared to life as Harry approached, the throne. It was carved from a single block of obsidian, or something like it, black as the space between stars, smooth as water. It was sized for something larger than a human. Kraken-sized, or close to it. The armrests were carved into the shapes of tentacles, and where the back of the throne met the seat, runes were etched so deeply they seemed to go all the way through the stone. When Harry moved within 10 feet of it, the runes ignited. Not with fire. With presence. The same feeling he'd had on the surface, the lake's attention, focused and warm, but concentrated here to an almost unbearable intensity. The throne was the heart of the kingdom the way the heart is the heart of the body, the organ that everything else exists to serve. Harry didn't sit in it. Instinct told him that sitting would be an act of binding, a commitment he wasn't ready for. Instead, He hovered before the throne and felt the weight of what he was being offered. A kingdom. A crown. A power that predated everything he knew. All of it empty. All of it waiting. Impressive, isn't it? Harry spun, all 30 feet of him, tentacles flaring, and found Mercus floating at the entrance to the throne room. She wasn't alone. A dozen merfolk flanked her, armed with tridents and spears. Not threatening. Escorting. Chieftainess, Harry said. The word came out in Mermish, the clicks and whale song rolling from his Kraken vocal apparatus as naturally as English from his human throat. How long have you been following me? Since you entered the kingdom. Mercus swam closer, her aged face unreadable in the bioluminescent light. We have guarded this place for generations, Tide King. Maintained it. Waited. The throne has not lit for anyone in my lifetime, or my mother's, or her mother's before her. And now? Now you are here. And the kingdom wakes for you. She gestured at the glowing runes, the pulsing walls, the living coral that seemed to lean toward Harry as he moved. The question is, what will you do with it? I don't know yet. Mercus studied him. Her eyes were large and dark, adapted for the lightless depths, and they held an intelligence that had nothing to do with human concepts of wisdom. She was ancient by merfolk standards, 206 years, his instincts applied again, and she had seen empires rise and fall while guarding a dead kingdom's bones. An honest answer, she said. Better than most kings begin with. I'm not a king. I'm 14. You are the blood. The throne lights for you. In the language of the deep, that makes you king regardless of your age or your feelings about it. She paused. But not all of my people agree. As if on cue, a merfolk warrior shouldered through the escort, positioning himself between Mercus and Harry. He was younger than the chieftainess, middle-aged by merfolk reckoning, perhaps 50 or 60, with a powerful tail of dark blue scales and a face like a hatchet. He carried a trident of black iron, not ceremonial whalebone, and the way he held it suggested long and comfortable familiarity with violence. Thornfinn, Mercus said, her voice carrying a note of warning. Chieftainess. Thornfinn didn't look at her. His eyes were locked on Harry, on the vast, tentacled mass of Harry's Kraken form, and they held no awe. No reverence. Just assessment. So this is the Tide King returned. A child of the surface in the skin of a monster. Careful, Mercus said. I will speak. Thornfinn's voice was like gravel. My people, our people, have guarded this kingdom for 1,000 years. We have fought Grindylows and dark creatures and the slow decay of magic without a sovereign to sustain it. We have bled for these stones. We have buried our dead in these trenches. And now a boy falls into our lake, sprouts tentacles, and we are to kneel. The throne lights for him, Mercus repeated. The throne lights for the blood. Blood is not merit. Blood is not wisdom. Blood is not right. Thornfinn finally looked at Mercus, and Harry saw something between them, old arguments, old disagreements, the kind of political fault line that existed in every society. If he claims the throne, let him earn it. The trial of currents. That is the ancient law. Harry could feel the shift in the room. The escorting merfolk exchanged glances. Some nodded at Thornfinn's words. Others looked to Mercus. The chieftainess was carefully neutral, but Harry saw the tension in her tail, the slight flick that was the merfolk equivalent of clenched teeth. What is the trial of currents? Harry asked. Thornfinn's expression said he'd expected the question and enjoyed the ignorance it revealed. 3 trials. Every Tide King must pass them before the kingdom accepts their rule. The trial of depth, descend to the deepest point of the kingdom and return. The trial of command, prove mastery over the creatures of the domain. The trial of blood, face the kingdom's greatest threat and survive. He raised his chin. If you refuse, no merfolk under my command will follow you. And I command 1/3 of the warriors in this lake. Harry looked at Mercus. Is this legitimate? It is ancient, Mercus said, which wasn't quite the same thing but was apparently as close as she was willing to get. The trials were part of the Tide King tradition. No king ruled without completing them. Then I'll do them. Thornfinn blinked. He'd been ready for argument, clearly, ready for the surface dweller to bluster or refuse or demand that his blood right override tradition. Harry's flat acceptance threw him off balance for half a second before his expression hardened again. The trial of depth first. You will descend to the abyssal trench, the deepest point of the kingdom, and return within one turn of the current. He pointed downward, past the throne room, past the kingdom's foundations, toward a darkness that Harry's senses had been carefully skirting since he arrived. You begin when you are ready. I suggest you not delay. He turned and swam away. His warriors followed, most of them. 2 stayed, young merfolk, barely more than adolescents, who positioned themselves near Mercus and watched Harry with wide, reverent eyes. He is not wrong, Mercus said quietly, after Thornfinn was gone. A king who does not earn his people's loyalty is merely a figurehead with a fancy chair. I know. Harry looked at the throne one more time. The runes pulsed, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. I'll earn it. He left the throne room and swam upward, back through the dimensional membrane, back to the surface. He needed to breathe real air. He needed to think. And he needed to deal with what was waiting for him on the shore, because the day was not done with him yet. Minister Cornelius Fudge was standing on the dock. Harry saw him from 50 feet below the surface, a blurry figure in a pinstriped cloak, flanked by 2 aurors and a squat woman in pink who could only be Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore was there too, along with McGonagall and Snape. It had the look of a confrontation that had been in progress for some time. Harry surfaced. He'd shifted back to human form during the ascent, which meant he emerged from the water as a soaking wet teenage boy rather than a 30-foot sea monster. This was, on balance, probably better for the minister's blood pressure, though it did somewhat undercut the dramatic entrance. Ah, said Fudge, in the tone of a man who had been hoping the problem would resolve itself while he wasn't looking. Mr. Potter. Harry pulled himself onto the dock, accepted the towel that McGonagall silently offered, and stood dripping before the Minister of Magic. The aurors had their hands near their wands. Umbridge was watching him with her toad-like eyes, and there was something in them that was worse than fear, it was appetite. She was already calculating how to use this. Minister, Harry said. Professor. Professor. Harry, the minister has some concerns he'd like to discuss, Dumbledore began. The Ministry of Magic, Fudge interrupted, puffing himself up, has jurisdictional authority over all significant magical bodies of water in Great Britain. The Black Lake, as a body of water on British soil, falls under that jurisdiction. In light of yesterday's events, I am here to inform you that the Ministry will be conducting a full assessment of the lake and its inhabitants, and will be assuming temporary regulatory oversight until, no, Harry said. Fudge stopped mid-sentence, his mouth still open around the shape of the next word. I beg your pardon. No. The lake's sovereignty predates the Ministry. It predates Hogwarts. It predates the Statute of Secrecy and every piece of legislation your government has ever passed. Harry felt the words coming from somewhere deeper than his own knowledge, from the inheritance, maybe, or from the lake itself, feeding him the arguments his blood right required. The Black Lake is a sovereign domain under the ancient laws of the Tide Kingdom. Your jurisdiction ends at the waterline. Fudge's face went through several shades of red. Umbridge leaned forward, her smile widening into something that showed too many teeth. The Tide Kingdom, she said, her voice dripping with saccharine condescension, does not exist in any ministry record. You cannot claim sovereignty over a body of water based on, what, exactly? A fairy tale? Based on the fact that the mere people who live in this lake have recognized me as their sovereign under laws that were old when your ministry was young. Harry met her eyes. But feel free to dive in and argue the point with them personally, Madam Umbridge. I'm sure they'd love to discuss jurisdictional nuances. A sound that might have been a laugh came from Snape's direction, quickly smothered. This is outrageous, Fudge spluttered. You're a 14-year-old student. You can't simply declare, Minister. Dumbledore's voice cut through like a blade wrapped in velvet. Perhaps this is a conversation better had indoors, over tea, where we can examine the historical and legal complexities without the press. He glanced meaningfully at the castle, where Harry could see figures at several windows, including one that was unmistakably holding a camera. Documenting every word. Fudge hesitated. The political calculus was visible on his face. Pushing too hard here, in public, could backfire. A 14-year-old boy standing wet and defiant on a dock, telling the ministry to shove off, it was exactly the kind of image that could play very differently depending on the headline. We will continue this discussion, Fudge said, pointing a finger at Harry with the authority of a man who had just had his authority publicly dismantled by a teenager. The ministry's position is clear. So is mine, Harry said. Fudge left. Umbridge lingered for a moment, her eyes crawling over Harry like something with too many legs, and then she followed. The Aurors went with them, and Harry was left on the dock with 3 professors and a growing conviction that he'd just declared war on the Ministry of Magic. Well, McGonagall said dryly. That was diplomatic. He was going to claim the lake. He was going to try to claim the lake. There is a difference, and it lives in the space where reasonable adults negotiate. But there was something in McGonagall's expression that wasn't quite disapproval. Pride, maybe. Or recognition. Harry, Dumbledore said. A word of caution. Minister Fudge is a small man with large authority, and Dolores Umbridge is a dangerous woman with a talent for turning policy into punishment. You've drawn their attention. They will not simply accept your refusal. Then they'll have to come through the water to change my mind. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment, and Harry saw it again, that flicker of uncertainty, of an old man recalculating a chess game that had just sprouted new pieces. Indeed, he said quietly, and walked back toward the castle. Snape stayed. Harry had expected him to leave with Dumbledore, but the potions master lingered on the dock, his black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was different from his usual contempt. Not warmer. Just, different. The Tide Kings, Snape said, very quietly. Your mother researched them. Harry's head snapped toward him. What? Lily. She found references in the Hogwarts library, the same ones your friend Granger has no doubt already discovered. She asked me about them, once. 7th year. Snape's mouth twisted. She wanted to know if potions could be used to activate dormant magical bloodlines. I told her the theory was sound but the practice was suicidal. She disagreed. He looked at the lake. She was usually right when we disagreed. Then he turned and swept away, robes billowing, leaving Harry standing alone on the dock with a piece of his mother he'd never known he was missing. Lily had known. Or suspected. She'd been researching him, what he might become, and she'd been doing it through potions, through Snape, through the fragments of knowledge that the Hogwarts library still held. The gillyweed. A potion reagent, a water transformation catalyst. Exactly the kind of thing his mother might have theorized could trigger the dormant Tide King blood. Harry filed the information away and went to find dry clothes. He found Ron instead. Or rather, Ron found him, waiting in the Gryffindor common room, sitting in the armchair by the fire with the rigid posture of someone who had been rehearsing a conversation and was terrified of having it. Hermione was conspicuously absent. Harry suspected she'd been deployed as advance reconnaissance and then strategically withdrawn to let the boys sort it out. Hey, Harry said. Hey. Ron stared at the fire. So I've been thinking. Dangerous. Shut up. I've been thinking about what happened yesterday, and about the whole Kraken thing, and about. He trailed off. Started again. When your name came out of the goblet, I was a prat. I know I was a prat. I was jealous, and I was stupid, and by the time I figured that out, it was too late to take it back without looking like an even bigger prat. So I just kept being one. Ron, I'm not done. Ron's ears were red, but his voice was steady. Yesterday, I was tied to a pillar at the bottom of a lake, unconscious, and you turned into something out of a nightmare to come get me. You rescued all four of us. Not because you had to. Because that's who you are. He finally looked at Harry, and his eyes were too bright. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to say that I'm not jealous, Harry. I'm not. I swear I'm not. Then what are you? Ron's voice cracked. Scared. You went under that water and something else came back up, and I don't know if my best mate is still in there. The common room was empty, late afternoon, most students at dinner or studying. The fire crackled. Outside, the wind picked up, and Harry could feel the lake responding to it, waves building, currents shifting. He crossed the room and gripped Ron's shoulder. Not a hug, they weren't there yet, but a contact. Solid. Real. I'm still here, Harry said. I'm still me. I just have more teeth now. Ron stared at him for a second. Then he laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him, and the tension in the room broke like ice in spring. More teeth. That's what you're going with. And tentacles. Right. The tentacles. Can't forget those. Ron scrubbed his face with his hands. Are we good? We're good. Okay. Good. Now go eat something, you look like you haven't slept in a week, and Hermione's going to murder me if she comes back and finds out I made you miss dinner on top of the emotional conversation she orchestrated. Harry grinned. She orchestrated it. She cornered me in the library, told me exactly what I was feeling before I'd finished feeling it, and then said if I didn't talk to you today, she'd hex my eyebrows off. Ron paused. I believe her. Smart man. They went to dinner together, and it was almost normal, Ron shoveling shepherd's pie into his mouth, complaining about divination, asking Harry obscene questions about the tentacles that made Neville choke on his pumpkin juice. Almost normal. Except Harry could feel the lake beneath the castle like a second heartbeat, and every few minutes, the warmth in his chest would pulse, reminding him that normal was a country he'd emigrated from and could never quite return to. After dinner, Harry walked the grounds alone. He needed air that wasn't the great halls, space that wasn't castle corridors and watching eyes. The sun was going down, not that you could see it behind the overcast, but the gray light was fading toward charcoal, and the temperature was dropping. He ended up at the lake again. Of course he did. The pull was like gravity, patient and irresistible, and fighting it was like fighting the urge to breathe. You keep coming back here. Fleur was sitting on a rock near the shore, her cloak pooled around her like dark water. She had a book open on her knee, but she wasn't reading it, her eyes were on the lake, and she had that expression again. The one that said she was listening to something most people couldn't hear. So do you, Harry said. The lake calls to me. Not the way it calls to you, more gently. Like a song through a wall. I can feel the melody but not the words. She closed the book. Did you go down? Harry sat on the rock next to her. Not too close. Close enough. Yeah. I found it. The kingdom. He shook his head. It's real, Fleur. Enormous. Miles of ruins, all lit up, like a city at the bottom of the ocean. Beautiful. Beautiful and empty. Like a palace with no one living in it. He picked up a stone and turned it over in his fingers. The merfolk want me to prove I'm worthy. There are trials, the trial of currents. 3 challenges. Their war captain, Thornfinn, thinks I'm a fraud. Is he wrong? Harry looked at her sharply, but there was no malice in the question. Just the same directness she'd shown the night before, a refusal to cushion things, to make them softer than they were. Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't ask for any of this. And yet here you are. At the water's edge, drawn back like the tide. Fleur tilted her head. Do you know why Vila have fire? Because they're part bird. Because we are between things. Not fully human, not fully creature. The fire is the boundary, the place where two natures meet and burn. She held out her hand, and a flame appeared in her palm. Not wand fire, Vila fire. It was white gold and it moved like a living thing, curling around her fingers like a serpent. When I was young, I hated it. I burned everything I touched. My mother taught me to control it, but she could not teach me to love it. That, I had to learn on my own. She turned her hand over, and the fire dripped from her palm like liquid. It hit the ground and the frost melted in a perfect circle around the drop point. People look at me and see the allure. The beauty. They think that is the Vila, the pretty face, the silver hair. They do not see the fire underneath. They do not want to see it, because it scares them. She looked at Harry, and her eyes held the fire too, not literally, but something behind them, something that burned. You turned into a monster in front of 500 people, and they are afraid. Of course they are. But you are afraid too, yes. Afraid of what you are becoming. Yes. Then we are the same. Her voice was quiet, fierce, certain. Too much for them. Not enough for ourselves. The words landed in Harry's chest and stayed there, warm as the lake's water, warm as her fire. He looked at Fleur Delacour, not the Vila, not the champion, not the beautiful girl who made boys walk into walls, and saw someone who understood the fundamental loneliness of being something the world didn't have a category for. They will try to cage you, Fleur said. The Ministry. Perhaps Dumbledore, in his way. They will try to make you smaller, safer, more manageable. They always do, with people like us. The question is whether you let them. Harry looked at the lake. The water was dark now, the last light fading, and the surface was perfectly still. Underneath, he could feel the kingdom, waiting, patient, ancient. I won't, he said. Fleur touched the water with her fingertip. Steam rose, white and curling, and in its movement, Harry saw something, a shape, a suggestion, dawn before he could focus on it. The water where she'd touched it glowed faintly, residual Vila fire trapped in lake magic, creating something that was neither fire nor water but both. Then you must go deeper, she said. Find what they are hiding from you. Learn the shape of your kingdom before someone else decides its shape for you. She stood, gathered her cloak, and left without saying goodbye. Harry watched her walk toward the castle, a dark figure against the darker sky, and the lake watched with him, and the steam from her touch hung in the air for a long time after she was gone. Harry dove again the next morning, before dawn. This time, he went deeper. The trial of depth was straightforward in concept: descend to the deepest point of the kingdom, touch the bottom, return. In practice, it was a test of endurance, courage, and the ability to withstand pressure, both physical and psychological. Because the deeper Harry went, the stranger the kingdom became. The upper levels, the throne room, the plazas, the ruined cottages and workshops, were recognizably civilized. They were the parts of the kingdom that the merfolk maintained, patrolled, lived around. Below that, in the mid-depths where the luminescent stone grew dimmer and the coral gave way to bare rock, the architecture shifted. The carvings on the walls were older here, less refined, depicting scenes of violence, wars between krakens and things that had too many eyes, battles in water so deep it was rendered as pure black stone. Below that, the kingdom ended and the trench began. The Abyssal Trench. Thornfinn had named it, and the name was precise. It was a vertical shaft, 100 feet across and impossibly deep, bored through the rock at the very bottom of the dimensional pocket. The walls were smooth, too smooth, as if something had melted or worn through the stone over epochs. And the water inside the trench was different from the water above. Colder. Denser. Darker, in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of light. Harry hovered at the lip of the trench in his Kraken form, and every instinct he had, human and otherwise, screamed at him not to go down. He went down. The descent took time. The trench was deep, far deeper than it had any right to be, even in a dimensionally expanded space. Harry's Kraken senses mapped the walls as he went, smooth stone, marked at regular intervals by runes that were different from the ones above. Older. Harsher. Cut with purpose that felt less like decoration and more like warning. At what his senses told him was roughly 2 miles below the kingdom floor, he found the seal. It was enormous. A construct of chain and runework that spanned the entire width of the trench, anchored to the walls at a dozen points, glowing with a sickly amber light that pulsed like a diseased heartbeat. The chains were each as thick as Harry's tentacles, forged from a metal that wasn't iron or steel or anything he recognized, dark, iridescent, and humming with magic so old it felt geological. The runes were carved into every link, every anchor point, every inch of the construct, and they told a story that Harry couldn't quite read but could feel. Here lies the deep. Here lies the dark. Here lies the thing we could not kill, so we chained it instead. Beyond the seal, below it, around it, pressing against it with patient, infinite pressure, was something. Harry couldn't see it. The seal wasn't transparent, it was a barrier, solid and opaque, blocking whatever was beneath. But he could feel it. The same cold presence from 2 nights ago, the same sense of something vast and intelligent and malicious, except here, this close, it wasn't a whisper. It was a roar held behind a wall. The seal vibrated. The chains shifted. And for one horrifying moment, Harry felt the thing behind the seal become aware of him, specifically, personally, intimately aware, and its attention was like being caught in a searchlight made of ice. Little King. The voice was in his mind, not his ears. It was enormous and cold and amused, and it had the tone of something that had been waiting a very long time for this specific conversation. You found my door. Clever child. Can you feel the chains? Your ancestors made them. Your blood is in the metal. Touch them. Go ahead. Touch them and feel what they cost. Harry didn't touch them. Every nerve in his body, all however many a Kraken had, was screaming danger with a clarity that left no room for curiosity. He memorized the location, the configuration, the state of the runes. Some were dim. Some were flickering. The seal was holding, but it wasn't healthy. The magic sustaining it was old and tired and running on fumes. He turned and ascended. Fast. Not fleeing, retreating, which was different, or at least that's what he told himself as he surged upward through the trench at a speed that made the water scream around his body. Behind and below, the thing in the dark laughed. The sound followed him all the way up. He burst out of the trench, shot through the kingdom ruins, broke through the dimensional membrane, and surfaced in the black lake so fast he breached again, not as dramatically as the first time, but enough to send waves crashing over the dock. Mercus was waiting at the kingdom's border. 2 young merfolk flanked her, and they had the wide-eyed look of people who'd been tracking Harry's descent on whatever merfolk equivalent of sonar they possessed and had been deeply concerned about what they'd seen. You went to the trench, Mercus said. Not a question. Harry, back in the upper waters, shifted to a form that was half Kraken, half something else, human face, Kraken body, an intermediate shape that was becoming easier to find. There's a seal. At the bottom. Chains and runes. Something behind it. Mercus's expression didn't change, but her tail went rigid. The merfolk tell that Harry was learning to read. The binding. Yes. What is it? What's chained down there? The reason the Tide Kings existed. Mercus's voice was heavy. The reason the kingdom was built, the throne was carved, the trials were created. Everything your ancestors were, everything you are, exists because of the thing in the trench. That's not an answer. It is the only answer I will give you here, in open water, where it can hear. She looked down, down past the kingdom, past the ruins, past the trench's lip, and Harry saw something he hadn't expected to see on her ancient, stoic face. Fear. Complete your trials, Tide King. Earn your throne. And when you sit upon it, the throne itself will tell you what sleeps below. She paused. And what it will cost to keep it sleeping. She left. Harry floated in the dimensional pocket, halfway between the kingdom and the surface, and felt the weight of what he discovered settling on his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. Something was chained at the bottom of his kingdom. Something that knew his name, his blood, his ancestry. Something that the entire Tide King line had existed to contain. And the chains were weakening. He surfaced. Changed back to human. Sat on the shore and shivered, not from cold but from the memory of that voice, vast and patient and terribly, terribly amused. Come down. Come down and see. Rough morning. Moody was standing on the path from the castle, his magical eye whirring in its socket, his scarred face arranged in an expression of gruff concern. He had a flask in one hand, the one he was always drinking from, the one that Harry had assumed was whiskey but now wasn't sure about anything. Professor, Harry said carefully. Saw you come out of the lake like a missile. Everything all right down there? Fine. Not the face of a boy who's fine. Moody clumped closer, his wooden leg thumping on the frozen ground. His magical eye was doing that thing it did sometimes, swiveling independently, covering angles, checking exits. The paranoia was so consistent it had become background noise. You've been spending a lot of time underwater, Potter. Finding anything interesting? The question was casual. Too casual. Moody didn't do casual, he did constant vigilance, he did suspicion, he did the barking intensity of a man who saw threats in shadows. This easy, friendly interest was out of character, and it set off a warning bell in Harry's head that he couldn't quite articulate. Just getting to know the neighborhood, Harry said. The mere people treating you all right? They're complicated. And the ruins? Below the village? Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry, both eyes now, the real one and the magical one, which never happened unless Moody was giving something his full, undivided attention. Dumbledore mentioned the Tide Kingdom. Ancient place. Lots of old magic. The kind of old magic that tends to have safeguards. Safeguards. A careful word. A probing word. I haven't found anything dangerous, Harry said, which was technically true in that the seal was dangerous to approach but he hadn't actually found trouble. Yet. Moody studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, took a swig from his flask, and said, Keep your wand close, Potter. Old magic doesn't like being disturbed. He turned and clumped back toward the castle, his wooden leg leaving shallow holes in the frost. Harry watched him go and tried to pin down what was bothering him. The questions were reasonable. A teacher checking on a student who'd been through something traumatic, that was normal. Expected. But something about the way Moody had asked about the ruins, about safeguards, about what Harry had found below. It was like he already knew the answers and was testing whether Harry would give them. Harry filed it away. Another piece of a puzzle he didn't have the edges for yet. The rest of the day was a blur of classes he couldn't concentrate on, stares he couldn't avoid, and an undercurrent of anxiety that had nothing to do with schoolwork and everything to do with the cold pulse he could still feel, even here, even in the warm castle, beating like a second heart beneath the lake. That evening, Hermione found him in the library. She had new notes, half a scroll of dense, cross-referenced research, and her eyes had the brightness of someone who'd found a thread and was about to pull it. I found something, she said, dropping into the chair across from him. In the Hogwarts Charter. The original one, not the copy. I had to get special permission from Madame Pants, and she made me wear gloves. Harry, the original charter has a clause about the lake. What kind of clause? It's written in Old English, and some of it is in runes I can't fully translate, but the gist is this: the founders acknowledged the lake's existing sovereignty. Explicitly. They refer to the domain of the tide as a separate entity, not Hogwarts property. The school was built as, and I'm translating loosely here, a watchtower and ward upon the threshold of the deep. The founders weren't just building a school, Harry. They were building a fortress. To guard the kingdom. To guard what's in the kingdom. Hermione leaned forward. There are references to something they call the binding, I think it's the seal you described. And to an entity they call, well, the Old English word translates roughly to, the dweller in the deep, but the runic notation is different. Older. I think it might be a name, but I don't, Harry said sharply. Hermione stopped. Don't what? Don't try to translate the name. If it's what I think it is, if it's the thing behind the seal, I don't think saying its name is a good idea. He could feel the lake pulse beneath the castle as he spoke, as if the water itself was endorsing his caution. Hermione, there is something chained at the bottom of that kingdom. Something alive and aware and old. The merfolk are afraid of it. Even the chieftainess won't say what it is where the water can hear. Hermione's eyes were wide, but her quill was moving. She couldn't help it, even fear got catalogued. That's what the founders were guarding. Not the kingdom. The prison. And the school is the watchtower. Dumbledore is the warden. Harry slumped back in his chair. He knows, Hermione. He knows about all of it, the kingdom, the seals, the thing below. And he's been keeping it quiet for decades. Why would he? She stopped herself. Answered her own question. Because if people knew, they'd panic. Or worse, they'd try to use it. Power like that, an ancient entity, chained and controllable, there are people who would see it as a weapon. Harry thought of Moody's questions. Safeguards. What had he found? Yeah, he said. There are. They sat in silence for a moment, the library quiet around them, the weight of what they'd uncovered pressing down like the depth of the trench itself. What are you going to do? Hermione asked. Complete the trials. Earn the throne. And figure out how to keep those seals from failing. He paused. Because I don't think they're going to hold much longer. What makes you say that? Harry looked at his hands. They were steady, but beneath the skin, he could feel the faintest ripple, the Kraken, lurking just below the surface, never fully gone. Because the seal was built for a dead bloodline. Calibrated for an empty throne. And now I'm here, and my blood is in the water, and the whole system is, recalculating. I can feel it, Hermione. The magic is rewriting itself, and while it's rewriting, there are gaps. Hermione's quill stopped moving. She stared at him. Harry. If the seal fails, I know. If it fails, it's not just the lake. The Hogwarts wards are anchored to the lake bed. If the containment breaks, I know. She closed her mouth. Opened it again. What do you need? Right now. Everything you can find on the Founder's Ward scheme. How it connects to the lake. How the seals work. What the Tide Kings did to maintain them. He met her eyes. And Hermione, don't tell Dumbledore what you're researching. I don't want him deciding what we're allowed to know. She nodded slowly. I'll need access to the restricted section. I'll get you access. How? Harry smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. I'll ask politely. As the king of the Black Lake. Hermione stared at him for a second, then shook her head and gathered her notes. You've changed, Harry. I know. Not in a bad way. She looked at him, her oldest friend, the boy who'd faced a troll with her in first year, who'd never known what he was and was only just beginning to find out. You sound like you know who you are. I'm working on it. She left. Harry sat in the library alone, listening to the castle breathe and the lake pulse and the distant, deep heartbeat of the thing in the trench. 3 sounds layered over each other like music, except the bass note was wrong, too slow, too deliberate, too patient. It was growing louder. Not by much. Not enough that anyone without Harry's connection would notice. But he noticed. Every day, the pulse from the deep was a fraction stronger, a fraction more present, a fraction more insistent. The seal was holding. But it was holding the way a dam holds when the water level rises, functional, stressed, and increasingly uncertain. Harry left the library, walked through the castle, and past the defense against the dark arts classroom. The door was ajar. Inside, he could hear Moody, a clunk, a shuffle, the sound of the magical eye clicking in its socket. He almost kept walking. Then instinct, the same instinct that told him where fish were in the lake and which currents were safe to ride, made him pause. Through the crack in the door, Harry could see Moody's desk. The professor wasn't there, the sounds were coming from the office beyond. But on the desk, in the light from a single candle, lay a piece of parchment. Moody had been writing a letter. Harry couldn't read it from the corridor. The angle was wrong, the light was dim, and the parchment was partially folded. But he could see enough to know it wasn't a school document. The writing was cramped, urgent, and the visible portion contained a word that made Harry's blood go cold. He couldn't be sure. The light was bad. The angle was wrong. But the word looked very much like seal. Harry stepped back from the door. Quietly. Carefully. His heart was hammering, and the lake was reacting, the water beneath the castle churning in response to his sudden spike of adrenaline. It could be nothing. Moody was a paranoid ex-horror, he probably wrote dozens of letters about security and safeguards and threats. The word seal had plenty of innocent contexts. But combined with this morning's questions, the probing, the careful interest, the too casual inquiry about ruins and safeguards, it formed a pattern that Harry didn't like. He filed it alongside everything else. The growing collection of things he didn't understand, things that didn't fit, things that were almost certainly connected if he could only see the shape. He went to bed. He dreamed of dark water. And far away, in a house that was not a house, in a room where the fire burned but gave no warmth, something that was not quite alive and not quite dead received a letter delivered by an owl that had been imperious for the journey. It read the letter with eyes that were not eyes. The words were careful, coded, precise. My lord, the boy has found the first seal. The power you seek is real. The kingdom exists exactly as the old texts described. The seal is weakening. His blood is in the water, and the containment is destabilizing. With the right intervention, the binding could be broken. What sleeps beneath could be freed, or harnessed. Awaiting instructions. Your faithful servant. The thing in the chair made a sound that might have been laughter if laughter could be produced by something without lungs. Plans changed. The graveyard ritual would proceed, yes, the boy's blood was still needed for that. But the timeline had shifted. The thing beneath the lake was a prize worth more than resurrection. It was worth apotheosis. The thing in the chair began to plan. 2 predators now. One beneath the lake, ancient and chained. One in a distant house, broken and rebuilding. Both patient. Both hungry. Both watching the boy with the crown he hadn't yet accepted and the power he hadn't yet understood. And between them, standing on the shore of his kingdom with salt on his skin and darkness at his feet, Harry Potter, Tide King, Kraken, 14 years old and already carrying more weight than anyone should bear, looked out at the black water and made himself a promise. Whatever was coming, from below or from beyond, he would be ready. He stepped into the lake. The water closed over his head like a homecoming. And deep in the trench, the chains groaned. Chapter 3, Blood and Brine. 3 days after finding the seal, Harry completed the trial of command. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't pretty. But it worked. The trial required Harry to summon and direct every creature in the lake's ecosystem, from the smallest minnow to the giant squid, into a coordinated formation. A demonstration of sovereignty over the domain's living things, proof that the water and everything in it recognized his authority. Mercus explained the rules at dawn, floating in the shallows of the kingdom while Thornfinn watched from a distance with his arms crossed and his expression carved from skepticism. The creatures will resist, she warned. They have been wild for centuries, without a king to command them. You must reach them through the water, through the bond, and convince them that you are worth following. Convince them how? That is the trial. Harry dove deep, shifted into full Kraken form, and opened himself to the lake the way you'd open a window to the wind. He let the bond flood through him, every current, every temperature gradient, every pocket of life scattered through the water. He could feel them all, schools of fish in silver clouds, grindylows lurking in their weed forests, selkies in their caves, the giant squid dozing in the deep mud. Hundreds of creatures. Thousands. Each one a spark of awareness in the vast dark of the lake. He reached for them. Not with force, instinct told him that force would shatter the connection like a fist through glass. Instead, he reached with intent. He pushed his awareness outward and let the creatures feel what he felt, the kingdom beneath them, the throne waiting, the bond humming between king and domain. He wasn't commanding. He was inviting. The fish came first. Small ones, silver and quick, streaming out of their hiding places in synchronized ribbons that spiraled around his body. Then the larger ones, pike and trout and things that had no surface world names, drawn from the deeper waters by a pull they couldn't resist but didn't seem to mind. The selkies emerged from their caves and took positions around the perimeter, their dark eyes watching Harry with an intensity that was more animal than the merfolk's calculated intelligence. The grindylows were the problem. They didn't want to come. Harry could feel their resistance, a collective snarl of defiance, hundreds of the little monsters huddled in their wheat forests with their spindly fingers clenched and their teeth bared. They'd been wild too long. They'd been apex predators of the shallows for generations, and they did not acknowledge kings. Harry pushed harder. Not with force. With presence. He expanded the Kraken form to its full size, all 30 feet of mantle and tentacle, and let his body speak the language that grindylows understood, size, power, the absolute certainty of a creature that sat at the top of the food chain and knew it. The grindylows came. Reluctantly, hissing, their submission more fear than loyalty. But they came. Last was the giant squid. It rose from the deep mud like a mountain waking up. 40 feet of mottled red-brown flesh, its own tentacles trailing behind it like the skirts of a gown, and it positioned itself directly in front of Harry, eye to eye, titan to titan. The squid was old. Older than the merfolk village, maybe older than the kingdom itself. It had lived in this lake since before Hogwarts was built, and it did not bow to children. Harry met its gaze. One enormous eye to another. And he didn't command. He didn't push. He simply held still and let the squid feel what he was. King. The king swims. The squid blinked. Slowly, with the gravity of something that had thought about this for a very long time, it extended one massive tentacle and laid it across Harry's mantle. Submission. Acknowledgement. Something between the two, a gesture that said I see you, and you are what you claim to be, and I will follow. For now. Harry turned to where Thornfinn floated at the edge of the formation, surrounded by his warriors, watching with eyes that were still skeptical but no longer dismissive. The trial of command is met, Mercus declared. She was smiling. It looked strange on her ancient face, like a crack in a cliff face, unexpected and a little alarming. 2 of 3. 1 remaining, Thornfinn said. His voice was flat, but something had shifted in his posture. Not respect, not yet. Acknowledgement that this surface boy might be more than he appeared. The trial of blood. The greatest threat to the kingdom. Harry felt the cold pulse from the trench. Distant, steady, patient. I know what the greatest threat is. Then you know the trial will come when the threat demands it. Not before. Thornfinn turned and swam away, his warriors falling in behind him. The formation dissolved. Creatures scattered back to their territories, the giant squid sinking into the mud with a slowness that might have been dignity. Harry shifted to his half-form, human face, Kraken body, and hovered in the water, feeling the residual hum of command still vibrating through the bond. It had worked. But it had also shown him something troubling. During the trial, when his awareness had been spread across every creature in the lake, he'd felt the wrongness more clearly than ever. The Grindylows' unusual aggression wasn't just wildness. Something was feeding it, a low-frequency pulse from the deep, like a dog whistle pitched for aquatic predators. The abyssal's influence, leaking through the weakening seal like poison through a cracked pipe. He needed to tell Dumbledore. Not everything, Harry still wasn't ready to hand the old man all his cards, but enough. The seal was failing. The influence was spreading. And Harry couldn't fix it alone. He surfaced, dried off, and went to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle admitted him without a password. Harry didn't question this, the castle's wards were connected to the lake's magic, and the lake knew him now. Doors opened. Staircases cooperated. Hogwarts itself was adjusting to his presence, recognizing the sovereignty that ran through its foundations. Dumbledore was behind his desk, surrounded by silver instruments that whirred and clicked. Fawkes sat on his perch, and the Phoenix's eyes tracked Harry as he entered, not with the usual warmth, but with an intensity that felt evaluative. Assessing. Harry. Congratulations on the trial of command. I understand the merfolk were quite impressed. Harry stopped in the middle of the office. How do you know about the trial? The portraits. Dumbledore gestured vaguely at the walls, where former headmasters and headmistresses feigned sleep with varying degrees of convincingness. Hogwarts has eyes and ears in places most people forget to check. Right. Harry sat down without being invited. Another thing he wouldn't have done a week ago. I need to tell you something, and then you need to tell me something, and I need you to actually tell me this time instead of deciding what I can handle. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. I am listening. The seal at the bottom of the trench is weakening. Not just aging, actively destabilizing. The thing behind it is influencing the lake's creatures. Grindylows are more aggressive. The giant squid attacked a boat 2 days ago. Selkies are reporting dark currents, water that feels wrong, that moves against the natural flow. Harry leaned forward. Whatever is down there, it's waking up. And it's getting stronger. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. The silver instruments clicked. You're right, Dumbledore said finally. And I owe you more truth than I have given. He told Harry about the abyssal. Not in clinical terms, Dumbledore wasn't clinical about anything. He told it like a story, the way you tell a myth or a legend, except this legend was chained at the bottom of a lake that Harry could feel against his skin like a second pulse. The abyssal was primordial. It predated wizarding magic. It predated wandcraft, which was a distinction Harry hadn't fully appreciated until Dumbledore made it. Wands channeled magic through a tool, shaped it with incantations, made it precise and repeatable. Before wands, magic was raw, elemental, chaotic, tied to blood and bone and the natural world. The abyssal was a product of that era. A consciousness born from the ocean itself, from the crushing pressure of the deep places and the darkness that light had never touched. It was the original sovereign of the deep, Dumbledore said. Not a ruler in the human sense, it didn't govern, didn't build, didn't create. It simply was. The ocean was its body. The currents were its thoughts. Every creature that swam in the deep did so at its sufferance. And the Tide Kings rose up to oppose it. The first Tide King, the histories call her Marineth, though the name is so old it's barely more than a sound, was the first human to bond with the ocean's magic the way you've bonded with the lake. She could transform. She could command. And she could fight. Dumbledore's voice was careful, precise, as if he were handling something fragile. Meredith couldn't destroy the abyssal. It was too vast, too fundamental. So she chained it. Her descendants built the kingdom around the prison, the throne over the lock, and for millennia, the Tide Kings maintained the seal through their blood and their sovereignty. And when the bloodline died out, the founders stepped in. Hogwarts was built as a secondary containment, a watchtower, as your charter research likely revealed. Each headmaster has maintained the founders' wards, which reinforced the seal from above. It's been sufficient for centuries. Dumbledore paused. Until you. Until me. Because my blood is alive and the seal was calibrated for a dead bloodline. Precisely. Your presence in the water has activated enchantments that were dormant. The seal is rewriting itself to incorporate a living sovereign, but the process is unstable. During the rewrite, there are gaps in the containment. The abyssal is exploiting those gaps. Harry stared at him. The heat in his chest was blazing, anger, not warmth. You knew this would happen. When the gillyweed triggered my transformation, when I bonded with the lake, you knew the seal would destabilize. I feared it might. And you didn't tell me. You let me bond with the lake, knowing it would weaken the only thing keeping a primordial monster locked in its cage, because you thought you could manage the situation. Guide me into reinforcing the seals without me ever knowing what was at stake. Harry was standing now, and the temperature in the office had dropped. Not from the abyssal, from him. The lake was responding to his anger, pulling heat from the castle above, and frost was forming on the insides of the windows. That's what you meant by, the lake will be a better teacher. You were planning to let me discover the seal on my own, get scared, and come running to you for guidance. And then you'd have told me exactly enough to get me to do what you needed. Dumbledore was very still. His hands were folded on the desk, and his expression was the one Harry hated most, patient, gentle, understanding. The face of a man who thought he was being kind by being controlling. Harry, you don't get to decide what I'm ready for. The words came out harder than Harry intended, charged with something deeper than teenage anger. The king was speaking now, the part of him that held a kingdom and felt its weight and refused to be treated like a child by people who kept secrets for his own good. That's the same logic Voldemort uses, I know best, so your choices don't matter. The words landed like a physical blow. Harry watched Dumbledore flinch, actually flinch, the old man's composure cracking for one raw moment, and felt a savage satisfaction followed immediately by guilt. But he didn't take it back. Dumbledore began, and stopped. Started again. You are not wrong. I have made decisions about your knowledge and your autonomy that I justified with your safety. And in doing so, he stopped again. His eyes were bright behind the half-moon spectacles, and for the first time, Harry saw Dumbledore's age as something other than wisdom. He saw it as accumulation. Years and years of making hard choices and believing in them and never quite facing the cost. I have treated you as a piece on a board. It is a habit I have struggled with for longer than you've been alive. Then stop. It is not so simple, it is exactly that simple. Tell me the truth. All of it. And let me decide what to do with it. Harry leaned on the desk, and the frost on the windows thickened. I am the Tide King. The seal is in my kingdom, maintained by my blood. If it fails on my watch. You don't get to manage that from a distance. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, waited moment. Then he nodded. Once. You are right. And I am sorry. I don't need you to be sorry. I need you to be honest. Then honestly, the seal will fail. Not today, not this week, but soon. The rewrite process is accelerating, and the gaps are growing. The abyssal is actively pushing against the containment, exploiting every moment of instability. Without intervention, I estimate we have weeks. Perhaps less. What kind of intervention? The throne. Dumbledore's gaze was steady now, honest, as requested, though the honesty looked like it cost him something. The Tide King's throne is not a symbol. It is the anchor point of the seal, the mechanism through which the sovereign's power flows into the containment. When you sit on that throne and channel your magic through it, the seal will stabilize. The rewrite will complete. The containment will hold. And you didn't tell me this because the process is not without risk. Channeling that much power through an untrained body could kill you. Or worse, the abyssal could use the connection to reach through the throne into your mind. The previous Tide Kings trained for years before attempting the binding. You have had days. Harry straightened. The frost was retreating from the windows, his anger cooling into something harder and more useful. Then I'd better learn fast. He left the office. The gargoyle closed behind him, and he stood in the corridor for a moment, breathing, feeling the lake pulse beneath his feet. The anger was still there, buried under the surface like a current, not at Dumbledore specifically, but at the pattern. The endless, exhausting pattern of powerful people deciding what Harry Potter could handle and doling out information like medicine, one carefully measured dose at a time. No more. He walked the castle corridors with a purpose that made students step aside without being asked. His skin was rippling again, the Kraken beneath the surface, responding to his emotional state, and the sight of it cleared a path more effectively than any prefect badge. He needed to think. He needed to plan. And he needed to do something about the tightening web of problems closing in from every direction, the abyssal below, the Ministry's power grab from without, Voldemort lurking somewhere beyond the edges of the map. And underneath all of it, the constant, nagging feeling that he was missing something about Moody. Something important. He went to the lake. He always went to the lake now. Fleur was there again. She wasn't sitting on the rock this time. She was standing at the water's edge, and she'd taken off her shoes. Her bare feet were in the shallows, and where the water touched her skin, steam rose in thin, white curls. She was doing it deliberately. Harry could feel it through the bond, the contact between her Vila fire and his lake's magic, the strange alchemy of the two. You fought with Dumbledore, she said without turning around. How did you know? The castle is cold. When you are angry, the lake pulls heat from the stones. 3 first-years came to lunch wrapped in blankets. She turned to face him, and there was something in her expression, amusement, concern, admiration, all mixed together in proportions that Harry couldn't quite parse. What did he do? Lied to me. Again. Or rather, told me just enough truth to make the lies look like omissions. About the thing in the trench. Harry stopped walking. You know about that? I know something is down there. I can feel it, not the way you do, but like a cold spot in a warm room. When I touch the lake, the water pulls toward the deep, and there is something at the bottom that wants me to keep reaching. She looked at him steadily. I am not a fool, Harry. Something is wrong with the water, and it has been getting worse since you bonded with it. He should have been surprised, but he wasn't. Fleur's Vila heritage gave her a sensitivity to old magic that most wizards lacked. Of course she'd felt the abyssal. Of course she'd put the pieces together. It's called the abyssal, Harry said. He told her. All of it, the seal, the trench, the Tide King's purpose, the throne, Dumbledore's confession. He told her because she'd earned it, because she was standing barefoot in his lake and feeling its pain, and because he was tired of carrying the weight alone. Fleur listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, Take me down. What? Take me to the kingdom. I want to see it. I want to understand what you're fighting for. Fleur, it's dangerous. The abyssal's influence is dangerous for you too, and you go down every day. Her chin lifted, that proud, defiant angle that Harry was coming to recognize as her default response to being told she couldn't do something. I can protect myself. And I can help. How? My fire. You said the abyssal is darkness, cold, deep, the absence of light. Vila fire is the opposite. It is warmth and light and life. If the old magic speak the same language, as my grandmother said, then perhaps fire and water together can say things that neither can say alone. It made a strange kind of sense. The steam where her skin met the lake. The spark when she'd kissed his cheek. Two magics that shouldn't be compatible but somehow resonated. You'll need a bubblehead charm. Obviously. And you'll need to stay close to me. The kingdom's magic is territorial, it responds to the Tide King's presence, but it might not recognize you. Then stay close. She smiled, and it was the dangerous one, the one that was all fire and no allure, pure Fleur with the mask down. Unless that would be uncomfortable for the King of the Black Lake. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks that had nothing to do with the Kraken or the bond or the ancient magic in his blood. No. Not uncomfortable. Good. They went in together. Fleur's bubblehead charm was flawless, a sphere of breathable air encasing her head, perfectly stable, maintained with the casual expertise of a witch who'd been performing advanced magic since childhood. Harry shifted to his half-form, human enough to speak, Kraken enough to navigate, and led her through the grey water, past the merfolk village, through the dimensional membrane. The kingdom opened up below them, and Fleur gasped. Harry had seen it before, but seeing it through her eyes made it new again. The luminescent stone. The coral palaces. The organic architecture that flowed like frozen waves. In the blue-white light, Fleur's hair was silver white, and her skin glowed with an inner fire that the bioluminescence caught and amplified. Mon Dieu, she breathed, turning slowly in the water, taking it all in. Harry, this is... Yeah. They swam through the abandoned avenues together. Harry pointed out what he'd learned, the workshops, the forges, the barracks. Fleur touched the walls and the coral and the carved runes, and where her fingers made contact, the stone responded. Not the full ignition that Harry's presence triggered, more like an echo. A recognition. The kingdom couldn't see Fleur's fire as sovereign, but it could see it as allied. Welcome. The stone glowed brighter where she touched, and the coral leaned toward her warmth. The magic here is incredible, Fleur murmured, her fingers tracing a rune sequence on a wall. It's not wand magic at all. It's, how do you say, integral. Built into the material. The stone is the spell. The Tide Kings didn't use wands. They were the channel. Like Vila. She looked at him. We do not need wands either. The fire is in us, not in a tool. Wands help, they give precision, control, but the raw power is blood deep. She paused. Your ancestors and mine were more alike than modern wizards would be comfortable admitting. They reached the throne room. The runes ignited at Harry's approach, the same slow pulse he'd felt before, steady, insistent, waiting. Fleur stared at the throne with an expression that was equal parts awe and gravity. It's beautiful, she said. And heavy. I can feel the weight of it from here. The weight? The responsibility. The expectation. Every Tide King who sat there left something behind, their power, their will, their impression. The throne remembers all of them. She swam closer, and the runes pulsed brighter. Do you feel it? The way it's reaching for you? Harry felt it. The gravitational pull, the insistent hum, the sense of an empty seat and a kingdom that had been holding its breath for 1,000 years. I'm not ready to sit in it. I know. Fleur reached out and touched one of the armrests, the tentacle-carved one, and the contact between her fire and the throne's deep-water magic produced a sound. Not loud. Not dramatic. A single, clear note, like a bell struck once in a cathedral, and it resonated through the water and the stone and the ruins until the whole kingdom seemed to vibrate with it. The runes on the throne flared from blue-white to gold. Just for a moment. Just long enough for both of them to see it. Interesting, Fleur said softly. What was that? I think the throne likes me. She pulled her hand back. The gold faded, the blue-white returned, and the note dissolved into silence. Or perhaps it likes what I am. Fire and water. The combination, it resonates. They floated in the throne room, the bioluminescent light painting shadows on the mosaic ceiling. The depicted scenes, Krakens transforming, chains binding, darkness being forced into the deep, seemed to move in the shifting light, telling a story that was old beyond old and still being written. "Harry," Fleur said. Her voice was different now, quieter, stripped of the careful composure she usually maintained. "I want to tell you something." "Okay." "My grandmother was full Vila. She was captured when she was young, a wizard who wanted her fire, her beauty, her power. He kept her in a cage of iron and anti-magic wards for 3 years. Fleur's eyes were fixed on the throne, but she wasn't seeing it. She escaped. She burned the cage, burned the wards, burned his house to the ground with him inside it. And then she spent the rest of her life being called a monster for it. Not for the captivity. For the burning. Because a Vila who fights back is not a beautiful creature, she is a dangerous one. Fleur, my mother taught me to hide the fire. To be beautiful and graceful and harmless. To let the allure be the only part of me that people see, because the allure makes them want me, and wanting is safe. Burning is not. She looked at him, and her eyes were bright. Not with tears, with fire. Actual fire, golden light flickering behind her irises. "I am tired of hiding. I have watched you become something vast and terrifying and true, and it makes me ache, Harry. Because I know what it is to carry something wild inside you and be told to make it small." Harry reached for her hand. The contact was electric. Not painfully, intensely. His skin was cold with lake magic, hers was warm with Vila fire. Where their fingers interlaced, steam rose in a thin, white ribbon, and both of them felt it, the resonance. Two ancient magics, different as flame and flood, recognizing each other across an abyss of history and saying yes. "Don't hide," Harry said. "Not with me. Not ever." Fleur closed the distance between them and kissed him. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't practiced. The bubblehead charm was in the way, and Harry was half Kraken, and they were floating in a throne room at the bottom of a dimensional pocket, and none of it mattered because her lips were warm and his were cold and the collision produced something that was neither temperature but both, a spark, a fusion, a moment of impossible clarity where the entire lake rang like a struck bell and the throne's runes blazed gold and the kingdom, for just one breath, remembered what it felt like to be alive. They broke apart. Fleur's eyes were wide, her breath fogging inside the bubblehead charm. Harry's heart was hammering, all of his hearts, because the Kraken form had 3, and the lake was singing, a low, joyous hum that vibrated through the ruins like music through a concert hall. "Well," Fleur said, slightly breathless. "That was." "Yeah." The throne turned gold. "I noticed." "Is that normal?" "Nothing about any of this is normal." She laughed. It was the first time Harry had heard her really laugh, not the polished, controlled chuckle she used in public, but a full, surprised, helpless laugh that made her look young and wild and entirely herself. The sound echoed through the throne room, and the bioluminescent coral pulsed in response, as if the kingdom itself was laughing with her. They were still holding hands. Neither of them let go. Harry took her back to the surface slowly, through the kingdom's avenues and the dimensional membrane and the familiar dark of the physical lake. They surfaced in the shallows, Fleur dispelling her bubblehead charm with a flick of her wand, Harry shifting back to fully human with an ease that would have been impossible a week ago. They stood in the water, waist deep, the late afternoon sun breaking through the overcast for the first time in days. Fleur's hair was wet and plastered to her shoulders, and without the Vila allure doing its usual work, it seemed to dim when she was genuinely emotional, as if the real Fleur couldn't coexist with the magical mask. She looked human. Startlingly, beautifully human. "I should go," she said. "Madame Maxime will notice I'm missing." Yeah. Harry. She squeezed his hand once. Whatever is coming, the abyssal, the ministry, all of it, you are not alone. You understand this, yes? I'm starting to. She let go, waded to shore, wrung out her hair with a practicality that was entirely at odds with the gravity of the last hour, and walked toward the Beauxbatons carriage without looking back. Harry watched her go. The lake watched with him. He was still standing in the shallows when the water told him something was wrong. It came through the bond like an alarm, a sudden spike of wrongness, of intrusion, of trespass. Something was in the lake that shouldn't be. Not a creature. A person. Swimming through the deep water on the northern side, heading for the dimensional membrane with purposeful, powerful strokes. Harry's skin rippled. The Kraken surged to the surface, responding to the territorial violation, and he was in the water and diving before his conscious mind caught up with his instincts. He shifted mid-dive. The transformation was fluid now, 3 seconds from human to Kraken, the pain compressed into a sharp spike that faded as quickly as it came. He torpedoed through the murk at a speed that no natural creature could match, following the thread of wrongness through the water like a bloodhound following a scent. He found the intruder at the dimensional membrane. Victor Crumb had transfigured his head into something shark-like, the same partial transformation he'd used in the second task. His teeth were razor-edged, his eyes flat and black, and he was reaching for the membrane with one hand while the other gripped his wand. He looked determined, miserable, and utterly unsurprised when a 30-foot Kraken materialized out of the darkness in front of him. Harry grabbed him. One tentacle around Crumb's torso, pinning his arms, lifting him away from the membrane with a force that was irresistible but carefully controlled. Harry didn't squeeze. He didn't need to. The message was clear: you are in my domain, and I can crush you like a grape, and I am choosing not to. Crumb didn't struggle. He went still in Harry's grip, his shark eyes flat, his wand held loosely, not threatening, but not relinquished. A warrior's compromise. Harry shifted to his half-form. Human face, Kraken body. Close enough to speak. What are you doing here, Crumb? Crumb's jaw worked. The shark transfiguration made speech difficult, but the Bulgarian forced the words out through teeth that were designed for tearing, not talking. I am doing what I was told. I did not want to. Told by whom? Karkaroff. The name landed like a stone in still water. Igor Karkaroff, former Death Eater, current headmaster of Durmstrang, and a man whose past was catching up to him with the inexorability of a rising tide. He wants something from the ruins, Harry said. Not a question. Crumb's shark eyes closed. A trident. One of the old weapons, a Tide King's artifact. Karkaroff believes it can be used as leverage. A bargaining chip. He opened his eyes. The Dark Lord is returning. Karkaroff feels it, the mark on his arm grows darker every day. He is terrified. He thinks if he brings something valuable, something powerful, the Dark Lord will spare him. And he sent you to steal it. He has leverage of his own. My family. My parents, in Bulgaria. Crumb's voice was flat, but Harry could hear the edge beneath it, the controlled fury of a proud man forced into something shameful. He says if I refuse, certain people in the Bulgarian ministry, people who owe debts to certain organizations, will ensure my father loses his position. My mother's shop will be closed. My brother will not be admitted to Durmstrang. Harry looked at him. The Kraken's senses read the water around Crumb, heartbeat, muscle tension, chemical signature. Everything said the same thing, truth. Crumb wasn't lying, wasn't posturing, wasn't playing an angle. He was a young man caught between a coward's threats and his own sense of honor. Harry released him. Crumb floated free, rubbing his arms where the tentacle had gripped. He didn't swim away. He didn't raise his wand. He just hovered there, in the dark water, and waited. Karkaroff is a coward who's going to get you killed, Harry said. The things in those ruins aren't bargaining chips. They're weapons, and the kind of people who want them are the kind of people who will use the weapon and discard the delivery boy. Crumb's jaw tightened. I know this. Then why did you come? Because my family is not a thing I can choose to lose. Harry understood that. Better than most people, he understood the weight of family, the family you had, the family you lost, the family you'd burn the world to protect. Go back to the surface, Harry said. Tell Karkaroff you couldn't get through the membrane. Tell him the defenses were too strong. He will send me again. Then come to me first. Not as a thief, as an ally. I can protect your family better than Karkaroff's groveling ever will. Crumb stared at him. The shark face made his expression unreadable, but his body language shifted, the rigid tension of a man on a shameful errand giving way to something looser, something that looked like relief. You would do this? For someone who just tried to rob your kingdom? You didn't try to rob anything. You got caught at the door. Harry's half-form managed something close to a smile. And you deserve a better man to follow than Igor Karkaroff. Crumb was quiet for a long moment. The water moved between them, currents carrying information that Harry could read like text on a page, the Bulgarian's heartbeat slowing, his stress hormones dropping, his body accepting what his mind was still processing. Perhaps, Crumb said slowly, I already found one. He reversed his transfiguration, the shark face melting back to human, the teeth reshaping, the flat eyes warming to their normal dark brown, and extended his hand. Harry took it with a tentacle, which made the handshake somewhat absurd, but the intent was clear. Go, Harry said. And Crumb, if Karkaroff touches you or your family, you tell me. That's not a request. Crumb nodded once, kicked for the surface, and was gone. Harry hovered in the dark water and thought about alliances. About the web of threats closing in, Voldemort through Karkaroff through Crumb, the Ministry through Fudge through Umbridge, the Abyssal through the failing seal through his own blood. Every thread connected. Every problem feeding into every other problem. And at the center, one 14-year-old king treading water. He surfaced to find Hermione waiting on the shore with an expression that combined panic and fury in roughly equal measures. Someone just entered the lake, she said. I was in the library and the Marauders map showed. Wait, do you know about the Marauders map? Yes. I own the Marauders map. It's on your bed, which is how I found it, and I was checking it for, never mind, the point is someone was in the lake who shouldn't have been, and, Crumb. Karkaroff sent him. It's handled. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Handled how? I caught him, we talked, he's on our side now. Just like that. Just like that. Hermione looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating in real time, fitting this new, decisive version of Harry into the mental model she'd built over 4 years of friendship. You've changed, she said for the second time in a week, but this time it sounded less like an observation and more like a verdict. Is that a problem? No. She smiled. It's about time. 2 days passed. Harry trained. He dove to the kingdom each morning, pushing his transformation skills, learning to hold the half-form for hours, learning to shift individual limbs, one tentacle, human everything else, learning the fine control that combat would demand. Mercus assigned him a teacher, a merfolk warrior named Lyra, young by their standards, fierce by anyone's. Lyra was the best fighter in Mercus's guard. She was compact, fast, and utterly unimpressed by royalty. The first time she sparred with Harry in the kingdom, she disarmed him, stripped a tentacle of its grip on a training trident, in under 4 seconds. You rely on size, she said flatly, circling him in the water. Size is a tool, not a strategy. A clever enemy will use your mass against you. I've been a Kraken for less than 2 weeks. Then learn faster. He did. Lyra drilled him relentlessly, striking, grappling, using the tentacles not as clubs but as precision instruments. She taught him to fight in the half-form, where human agility met Kraken power. She taught him to use the lake's currents as weapons, redirecting flow, creating pressure differentials, turning the water itself into a fist. Between sessions, they talked. Lyra was passionate about the kingdom's history, about its restoration, about what it could become with a living king on the throne. She had grown up on stories of the Tide Kings the way human children grew up on fairy tales, and meeting one in the flesh, however recently transformed, filled her with a fierce, protective pride. "You are not what I expected," she told him one afternoon, as they rested in the ruins after a particularly brutal sparring session. "The stories say the Tide Kings were vast and terrible and ancient. You are, small. And confused. Thanks. But you learn. And you care about my people. That is more than the stories promised." Meanwhile, above the surface, things were getting worse. The Daily Prophet ran 3 more articles in 4 days, each one escalating the rhetoric. Skeeter painted Harry as a dangerous dark creature masquerading as a student. Umbridge was quoted extensively, hinting at necessary regulatory measures, and the safety of our children. Fudge made a statement about ensuring proper ministry oversight of all magical phenomena on British soil. The political machinery was grinding into gear, and Harry could feel it tightening around him like a net. Hermione countered where she could, feeding information to sympathetic journalists, rallying support among the students, coordinating with Cedric, whose popularity with the Hufflepuffs gave him political capital that Harry lacked. Ron handled logistics, supply lines, communication, the practical infrastructure of resistance. He was good at it. Better than anyone expected, himself included. "Chess," he said, when Harry commented on it. "It's all chess. You protect the pieces you can't afford to lose, sacrifice the ones you can, and keep your eye on the board." "When did you get wise?" "I've always been wise. I just hid it behind the emotional maturity of a teaspoon." He grinned at Hermione, who rolled her eyes but couldn't quite suppress a smile. It was on the evening of the 5th day after the second task that everything went wrong. Harry felt them before he saw them. He was in the great hall at dinner, pushing food around his plate while the lake murmured at the edges of his awareness, when something changed. The bond spiked. The water's surface, which he could feel as clearly as his own skin, registered impacts. Multiple impacts. Fast, hard, deliberate. Curses. Someone was firing curses into the lake. Harry was on his feet and running before his fork hit the plate. He burst through the castle's front doors and into the twilight, and the scene hit him like a wall. 6 figures on broomsticks, circling the lake at 50 feet, firing curses into the water. Dark robes. White masks. Death Eaters. The curses were vicious, blasting hexes, cutting curses, something that turned the water black where it hit. The merfolk were screaming. Harry could hear it through the bond, the shrill panic of a people under attack in their own home. Grindylows scattered. Fish died in silver clouds, their bodies floating to the surface in spreading patches. Harry's blood ignited. The transformation happened in the space between one stride and the next. He was running, and then he was changing, and then he was launching, diving from the shore into the lake and erupting from the surface in a shape that blocked out the darkening sky. The Kraken rose. Not the panicked, confused creature from the second task. Not the careful, controlled swimmer from his training dives. This was the Kraken as a weapon, 30 feet of fury and focused rage, tentacles snapping outward like whips, each one longer than the Death Eater's broomsticks, each one moving with a speed that the eye could barely track. Harry snatched the first Death Eater off his broom like picking a fly from the air. The man screamed, his mask falling away to reveal a face Harry didn't recognize, wide eyes, open mouth, the absolute animal terror of a human in the grip of something that could kill him without effort. Harry held him and didn't squeeze. The man dangled over the water, 50 feet up, his wand clattering into the lake below. The second Death Eater banked hard, trying to get altitude. Harry's tentacle caught the tail of his broom, yanked, and sent him tumbling. The man hit the water with a slap that echoed across the grounds, and the lake received him, not gently. The water closed over him and held him under for exactly long enough to make a point before Harry's conscience will pulled the currents back and let the man surface, choking and gasping. The remaining 4 Death Eaters regrouped. They'd been expecting resistance. They were a probe, not an invasion, but they hadn't expected this. The Kraken was something out of their nightmares, vast and fast and furious, and their formation was falling apart. One of them cast something Harry hadn't seen before. A curse that burned green-black and screamed as it flew, aimed at the lake's surface itself. Where it hit, the water died. Not evaporated, not displaced, died. Turned gray and lifeless in a spreading circle, the magic drained from it like blood from a wound. The bond screamed in Harry's mind, and he felt the impact like a knife in his gut. These weren't just attacking. They were attacking the lake. Harry roared. The sound was subsonic, felt more than heard, a vibration that shook the water and the air and the ground and the castle walls. Windows rattled. The whomping willow went still. Every creature within a mile froze. The 4 remaining Death Eaters froze too. Just for a second. Just long enough. From the shore, spells began flying. Not Harry's, human spells, wand cast, precise and deadly. Fleur Delacour had reached the lakeside at a dead sprint, her wand out, her other hand blazing with Vela fire. She cast with both, wand spells from the right hand, raw fire from the left, and the combination was devastating. A stunning spell caught one Death Eater in the chest while a lance of white gold fire incinerated another's broom out from under him. Behind her, more fighters. Cedric Diggory, his wand a blur, dueling a Death Eater who'd come in low. Neville Longbottom, Neville, who had handed Harry the gillyweed that started all of this, standing on the dock with his feet planted and his wand up, casting shield charms with a determination that made up for what he lacked in finesse. Fred and George Weasley, because of course Fred and George Weasley, firing hexes from behind an overturned boat they'd turned into a barricade. And Ron. Ron Weasley, who wasn't on the shore at all but had somehow gotten to the boathouse and commandeered one of the school boats, rowing out onto the lake to rescue the first Death Eater that Harry had dropped into the water. Not to save the Death Eater, to bind him. Ron hauled the half-drowned man over the gunwale, hit him with a full body bind, and moved on to the next one. Ron, what are you doing? Hermione's voice, from the shore, carrying the particular frequency of someone who was simultaneously terrified and furious. Collecting prisoners. Stop yelling and cover me. The battle was fast and brutal and over in under 5 minutes. The Death Eaters were outnumbered, outmatched, and completely unprepared for a Kraken backed up by a small army of angry teenagers and a part Vela who fought like a wildfire given legs. 4 were captured. 2 escaped, disapparating from their brooms with the desperate haste of people who had just learned a lesson they would never forget. Harry pulled the captured Death Eaters from the water and deposited them on the shore in a row, bound and disarmed and thoroughly traumatized. Then he shifted back to human form and stood dripping on the dock, breathing hard, feeling the lake's pain like a bruise on his own body. The gray patch where the killing curse had hit was still spreading. The water there was dead, literally dead, the magic stripped from it, the fish floating belly up, the connection to Harry's bond severed. A wound in the lake's body. A wound in his. McGonagall arrived with a platoon of teachers. Dumbledore was conspicuously absent. Snape assessed the captured Death Eaters with clinical detachment, identified 2 of them by name, and began extracting information with the cold efficiency of a man who knew exactly which questions to ask because he'd once been in their position. Probe, Snape reported to McGonagall, his voice low enough that Harry had to strain to hear. Sent to test the lake's defenses. Not a full assault. Sent by whom? Who do you think? Harry's blood went cold. Not from the answer, he'd known Voldemort was behind this the moment the masks appeared, but from the implication. This was a test. A reconnaissance mission. Voldemort was probing the lake's defenses the way you'd probe a fortress before a siege, looking for weaknesses, mapping responses, measuring the opposition. Which meant this wasn't over. This was the beginning. The teachers rounded up the prisoners. Madame Pomfrey arrived to tend to the wounded. Neville had caught a cutting curse across the shoulder that Fleur had cauterized with Vila fire in the field, which was effective but left a scar. Cedric had a black eye. Ron had splinters from the boat embedded in both palms and was pretending they didn't hurt. Harry found Fleur near the water's edge, her wand still out, her Vila fire still flickering around her fingers. She was staring at the dead patch on the lake's surface, the gray, lifeless water spreading slowly outward. "Can you heal it?" she asked. Harry knelt. Pressed his hand to the water at the edge of the dead zone. Pushed his awareness into the damage, felt for the wound's boundaries, the severed connections, the drained magic. The lake responded. Not to heal, it couldn't heal this on its own, any more than a body could regrow a lost limb through willpower. But it showed him. The damage went deeper than the surface. The curse had punched through the water's magical substrate, through the dimensional membrane below, and had opened a hairline fracture that extended all the way down to the kingdom. And through that fracture, Harry felt something he hadn't expected. Joy. Cold, alien, vast, the abyssal's joy, leaking upward through the crack like water through a fissure. The attack hadn't just damaged the lake. It had given the thing in the trench another gap to push through. Harry stood up. His face must have shown something, because Fleur's expression shifted from concern to alarm. "What is it?" The attack hit deeper than the surface. "The damage extends to the kingdom." He stopped. Looked around. Too many people, too many ears. "I need to go down." "Harry, stay here. Please. Make sure the shore is secured." He squeezed her hand, a brief, fierce contact that said "I'll come back," and dove. He didn't get far. The lake told him the moment he submerged. Something had changed below. Something fundamental. The dimensional membrane, the boundary between the physical lake and the kingdom, was vibrating. Not the gentle hum of dormant magic that he'd grown used to. This was a distress signal. A scream. Harry torpedoed through the water in Kraken form, past the merfolk village. The mere people were gathered in defensive formations, tridents out, children shepherded into the deepest caves, and through the membrane. The kingdom was dark. Not the soft blue-white darkness of the bioluminescent ruins. Actual darkness. The luminescent stone was flickering, whole sections of the kingdom going black in spreading patches, as if someone were switching off lights in a vast house. The coral, the living, vibrant coral that had leaned toward him with every visit, was wilting. Turning gray. Dying. And from below, from the trench, a sound. Not the whisper Harry had come to dread. A groan. The sound of metal under impossible stress. The sound of chains reaching their limit. Harry dove for the trench. What he found there stopped him cold. The seal was broken. Not shattered, cracked. A fissure ran through the central chain, 6 inches wide, and through it poured darkness. Not the absence of light, a substance. Thick, black, alive, streaming upward from the broken chain like smoke from a chimney. The runes around the crack were dark, their light extinguished, and the magical feedback from the breach was so intense that Harry's Kraken senses screamed at him to flee. He didn't flee. He dove closer, fighting the instinct, and as he approached the breach, he saw something that made his hearts, all 3 of them, stutter. Footprints. On the trench wall, pressed into the rock by magic. Human footprints. Someone had climbed down to the seal and broken it. Deliberately. Recently, within the last hour, while Harry was fighting Death Eaters on the surface. The attack had been a diversion. Someone had used the Death Eater assault to draw Harry's attention upward while they slipped into the lake, descended to the trench, and cracked the seal. And Harry knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, beyond evidence, into the bone-deep knowing that the lake gave him, exactly who that someone was. The footprints belonged to one leg and one wooden peg. Moody. The realization hit him like a physical blow, and in the same instant, the breach in the seal pulsed, and the abyssal reached through. It came as a tendril. A single arm of living darkness, 10 feet thick and impossibly fast, erupting from the crack in the chain and lancing upward through the trench like a spear thrown by a god. It was the first physical manifestation of the abyssal, not a whisper, not a pulse, not a feeling. A thing. Solid. Real. And it was heading for the kingdom above. Harry reacted on instinct. He threw himself into the tendril's path and wrapped 4 tentacles around it. The contact was agony. The abyssal substance was anti-magic in physical form. Where it touched Harry's skin, the Kraken flesh dissolved, not burning, not tearing, simply ceasing to exist, unmade by contact with something that predated creation. Harry screamed, the sound reverberating through the trench like an earthquake, and held on. He couldn't stop it. The tendril was stronger than him, stronger than anything he'd ever encountered, and it was pushing, driving upward through his grip, dissolving his tentacles inch by inch. But he slowed it. Just enough. Just long enough for the merfolk to hear the commotion and respond. Mercus arrived with 50 warriors. Thornfinn with 50 more. They surrounded the tendril and attacked, trident stabbing, war songs rippling through the water, their combined magic a net of resistance that supplemented Harry's fading grip. But the tendril wasn't alone. A second one erupted from the breach. Then a third. The seal groaned, the crack widening, and the darkness poured through in a flood. One of the tendrils lashed sideways. It caught a cluster of merfolk warriors, 6 of them, young, barely trained, and passed through them like a scythe through wheat. Where it touched, they died. Not violently. Not dramatically. They simply stopped. Their life force drained, their bodies going limp, their eyes emptying. Lyra was among them. Harry saw it happen. One of his tentacles was wrapped around the first tendril, 2 more were reaching for the second, and with his remaining senses, he saw Lyra, fierce, fearless Lyra, who had trained him and mocked him and told him he relied too much on size, catch the edge of the abyssal's touch. She didn't scream. She had time to turn toward Harry, and her mouth formed a word in Mermish. One word. The last word she would ever speak. King. Then the light left her eyes, and she was gone. Harry felt her die. Through the bond that connected him to every creature in the lake, he felt Lyra's life force wink out like a candle flame pinched between 2 fingers. The sensation was unbearable. A hole in the web of awareness, a missing note in a song, a loss that resonated through every molecule of water in the kingdom. Something broke inside him. Not his body, his restraint. The Kraken roared. Not the subsonic rumble from the Death Eater fight. A full, primal, ancient roar, the sound of the deep itself rising in fury. The water around Harry superheated, the temperature spiking by 50 degrees in an instant, and the bioluminescent stone that had been dying flared back to life with a violent, blinding intensity. Harry released the first tendril and threw himself at the breach. Not to seal it, he didn't know how. Not to fight the abyssal, he couldn't win, not here, not now. But to force it back. To shove every ounce of his Kraken power, his Tide King sovereignty, his 14 years of refusing to die into the crack in the chains and make the darkness retreat. The runes responded. Not the dead ones around the crack, the surviving ones, the ones still glowing amber on the intact portions of the seal. They flared to life, pulling power from Harry through the blood bond, channeling it into the containment. The seal shuddered. The crack held, didn't widen, didn't close, but held. The tendrils wavered. The abyssal's voice rolled through the water like thunder. Clever child. You burned so bright. But you are one, and I am the deep, and the deep does not end. Harry gritted teeth he didn't have in Kraken form and pushed harder. The merfolk sang, a war song, raw and ragged, their voices adding power to the seal's desperate defense. Thornfinn was beside Harry now, his black iron trident braced against the breach, his face a mask of effort. The tendrils retracted. Slowly, grudgingly, like a hand being forced back through a closing door. The darkness receded through the crack, and the surviving runes pulsed brighter, the seal reasserting itself with the fragile, temporary strength of a dam shored up with sandbags. It held. For now. Harry released his grip on the seal and floated backward, his body screaming. 3 of his tentacles were damaged, the flesh where the abyssal substance had touched it was grey and dead, nerveless, hanging from his body like withered branches. His magical reserves were gutted. He was running on fumes and fury. The merfolk gathered their dead. 6 warriors. Lyra among them, her body unmarked, her face peaceful, her life simply gone. Mercus held her, and the old chieftainess's composure cracked for the first time in Harry's experience. A sound escaped her that was grief and rage and 1,000 years of guarding something terrible and losing people to it. Harry shifted to his half-form. Human face. He needed to be human for this. He swam to Mercus. She looked up at him, and in her ancient eyes, he saw the question that she couldn't bring herself to ask. "I'll fix this," Harry said. The words were inadequate. Everything was inadequate. "I'll seal it. I'll stop it. Whatever it takes. The price, whatever it takes." Mercus looked at Lyra's body. Then at Harry. Then she nodded, once, and the nod carried the weight of every chieftainess who had ever waited for this moment and known what it would cost. Thornfinn appeared at Harry's side. The war captain's face was stone, but his hands were shaking, the tremor of adrenaline and emotion that even the hardest warrior couldn't suppress after watching his people die. "I called you a pretender," Thornfinn said. His voice was thick. "A child. A surface boy playing at royalty. You weren't entirely wrong. I was entirely wrong." Thornfinn planted his trident in the silt. Slowly, deliberately, he sank to one knee. "You fought for my people. You bled for them. Your body bears the wounds of the deep's fury, and you did not run." He bowed his head. "I name you king." Behind him, one by one, the surviving warriors knelt. Then the other merfolk, the villagers, the children, the elderly who had emerged from the caves. One by one, they sank to the kingdom floor, and the water around them hummed with a resonance that Harry felt in every cell of his body. Not a formality. Not a ritual. A choice. Made freely, in the shadow of death, by people who had lost friends and family to the thing beneath the seal and were choosing to follow the boy who had stood between them and the darkness. Harry accepted it. Not with words, with presence. He let his sovereignty flow through the bond, let every merfolk in the kingdom feel what he felt, grief, and anger, and an iron, unshakable determination that this would not happen again. Then he surfaced. He shifted to human form on the way up and emerged from the lake in the near darkness. The sun had set. The shore was lit by wan light and the distant glow of the castle's windows. Teachers were still patrolling. Students were pressed against every window that faced the lake. The captured Death Eaters were gone, taken inside, presumably, for interrogation. Harry walked out of the water. His arms were scarred. The places where the abyssal's tendrils had touched his Kraken form had translated to his human body as grey, dead patches of skin, irregular, spreading slightly, not painful but profoundly wrong. They looked like burns that had forgotten to be red. Madame Pomfrey would have 17 different fits. The crowd on the shore was large. Teachers, students, aurors who had arrived during the fight, ministry officials who had been assessing the situation and were now pale-faced and silent. Dumbledore was there. McGonagall. Snape. Fleur, her face tight with worry, pushing through to reach him. And Moody. Standing at the back of the crowd, his magical eye swiveling, his scarred face arranged in an expression of gruff concern that was so perfectly calibrated it made Harry's skin crawl. Harry looked at him. Just for a moment. Just long enough for Moody's magical eye to lock onto Harry's gaze and hold it. I know, Harry thought. I know what you did. He couldn't prove it. Not yet. The footprints in the trench wouldn't convince anyone, they could have been left by anyone with a transfigured peg leg, and accusing a legendary aura of sabotaging an ancient seal to free a primordial entity was the kind of claim that required ironclad evidence. But he knew. And the knowledge burned. Harry turned to face the crowd. The assembled mass of witches and wizards and frightened teenagers and bureaucrats and manipulators and the handful of genuine allies who had fought beside him an hour ago. He was exhausted, scarred, shaking, and the lake was screaming behind him, the bond transmitting the kingdom's pain and fear and desperate hope in a flood that threatened to drown his human mind. He spoke. No more secrets. His voice was hoarse, but the lake carried it, amplified it, resonated it through the water-saturated air until it reached every ear on the shore. No more games. There is something chained at the bottom of this lake. Something ancient and terrible. Something the founders built this school to guard. And it is waking up. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Harry pointed at Fudge, who was standing near the dock with Umbridge hovering at his shoulder. You want to claim jurisdiction over this lake? Then help me defend it. Send Aurors. Send ward breakers. Send anyone who can hold a wand and isn't afraid of the dark. He turned to Dumbledore. And you. No more half-truths. No more managing my reactions. I need the Founder's records, the seal specifications, everything Hogwarts has about the binding. All of it. Tonight. Back to the crowd at large. This school was built as a fortress. Tonight, we were attacked, by Death Eaters on the surface and by something far worse from below. People died. My people. Under my protection, in my kingdom, and I failed them. His voice cracked on the last word. He let it crack. Let them hear it. Let them see that the King of the Deep was 14 years old and grieving and angry and not ashamed of any of it. I will not fail them again. I am going to seal the breach, stop the abyssal, and protect this lake and everyone in it. And anyone who wants to help me can step forward. And anyone who wants to get in my way, he met Umbridge's eyes. Her toad face was pale, her lips compressed, her usual smirk entirely absent. Can try. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Then Cedric Diggory stepped forward. Just one step, his wand still in his hand from the Death Eater fight, his black eye darkening by the minute. I'm in, Cedric said simply. Fleur moved to stand beside Harry. She didn't speak. She just stood there, her hand brushing his, Vila fire flickering at her fingertips, and her presence said everything. Ron and Hermione. Of course. They came together, shoulder to shoulder, and Ron said, as if you could stop us, and Hermione said, I've already started the research. Neville. His shoulder bandaged, his face white, but his jaw set. You gave me my confidence back, Harry. The least I can do is return the favor. Crumb. From the edge of the crowd, his dark eyes steady. He said nothing. He simply nodded and moved to stand with the others. Fred and George. We've always wanted to fight a primordial sea god. Puts Gnome tossing in perspective, really. Others. Students Harry knew and some he didn't. A few Hufflepuffs who'd heard Cedric's endorsement. A pair of Ravenclaws who looked terrified but resolute. Even one Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass, of all people, who stepped forward with the expression of someone doing a cost-benefit analysis and deciding that survival outweighed politics. Dumbledore watched all of this with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read. Then the old man inclined his head, a gesture of concession, of respect, of something that might have been relief, and said, the Founder's records will be in your hands by midnight, Harry. You have my word. And my silence is over, Dumbledore continued, addressing the crowd. Harry is correct. There are truths about this castle, this lake, and the dangers beneath that I have kept hidden for too long. That changes tonight. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, my office, please. We have a great deal to discuss. The crowd began to disperse. Fudge was sputtering to Umbridge about proper channels and ministry authority, but his bluster had lost its teeth. He'd seen the Kraken. He'd seen the Death Eaters. He'd heard the Boy King speak, and somewhere behind the political calculus, even Cornelius Fudge could recognize that this was bigger than jurisdictional squabbling. Umbridge, however, was making notes. Harry could see her quick quotes quill scratching away in her stubby hand, recording everything. She would use this, the fear, the chaos, the revelation of a hidden threat beneath a school full of children. She would weaponize it. Harry could see the gears turning behind her toad eyes, and he filed it away as another problem to be dealt with, but not tonight. Tonight belonged to the dead. Harry went back to the water. The merfolk were holding their morning rites. Harry could feel it through the bond, a ceremony as old as the kingdom, where the dead were committed to the deep and the survivors sang their names into the current so the water would remember them. He dove. Shifted to his half-form. Descended through the dimensional membrane to the kingdom, where Mercus and Thornfinn and every merfolk in the lake had gathered in the throne room. The 6 dead warriors were laid on the throne room floor, wrapped in woven seagrass, surrounded by bioluminescent coral that pulsed in time with the morning song. Lyra was in the center. Her face was still peaceful, still young, still wearing the expression of someone who had died in mid-sentence. Harry hovered above the gathering and let the song wash over him. He didn't understand all the words, his murmush was instinctive, not learned, and the old forms of the morning song used vocabulary that his blood knowledge didn't cover. But he understood the feeling. Loss. Honor. The fierce, defiant grief of a people who had been fighting a war for 1,000 years and would fight it for 1,000 more if they had to. When the song ended, Mercus looked up at him. The trial of blood, she said. The final trial. The greatest threat to the kingdom. The abyssal. When you face it, truly face it, not as you did today, desperately, frantically, but with the throne's power behind you and the seal's magic in your hands, the trial will be complete. She paused. If you survive. I'll survive. You say that with the confidence of someone who has never died. Hasn't stopped me so far. Mercus almost smiled. The crack in the cliff expression, grief-worn and tired. Your mother would have liked you, Tide King. Harry blinked. You knew my mother. She came to the lake. Years ago, before you were born. She asked us about the Tide Kings, about the bloodline, about what her child might become. Mercus's eyes were distant, lost in a memory measured in decades. She was fierce. And afraid. And determined to give you every advantage she could. Harry's throat closed. His mother, researching, planning, preparing, even before he was born. Asking the merfolk the questions that Snape had confirmed she was asking. Trying to understand the inheritance so she could help her son when the time came. And then Voldemort had come, and the time had come too soon, and she'd died protecting him, and the research had died with her. Except it hadn't. Because here Harry was, in the kingdom she'd studied, wearing the form she'd predicted, facing the threat she'd feared. Every piece of gillyweed, every reference in the library, every conversation Lily Potter had ever had about dormant bloodlines and ocean magic, it had all led here. Thank you, Harry said to Mercus, and meant it in more ways than he could articulate. He surfaced at midnight. The castle was dark except for Dumbledore's office, where light still burned. True to his word, the headmaster had left a package on Harry's bed, a heavy, leather-wrapped bundle that Hermione fell upon with the intensity of a starving person at a feast. The Founder's records, she breathed, unwrapping layers of preservation charms. Harry, these are original documents. Rowena Ravenclaw's handwriting. Helga Hufflepuff's seal diagrams. This is what we need to fix the seal. I think so. Give me tonight. I'll have a plan by morning. He left her to it. Went to his bed, lay down, and stared at the ceiling. The lake pulsed beneath him, and the bond hummed with the morning song's echo, and the grey patches on his arms throbbed with a cold that no fire could touch. The door opened. Ron came in, holding 2 mugs of something hot. Tea, he said, handing one over. With fire whiskey. Don't tell Hermione. Harry took it. Drank. The warmth hit his stomach and spread outward, pushing back the cold for just a moment. 6 of them died, Harry said. Merfolk. One of them, Lyra, she was teaching me to fight. She was. Ron, she was good. Strong, brave, everything you'd want in a soldier. And that thing just. He couldn't finish. Ron sat on the edge of the bed. Didn't say anything for a while. Then, you can't save everyone, Harry. I know. No, you don't. You know it up here. Ron tapped his temple, but not here. He tapped his chest. You've always thought you could save everyone if you just tried hard enough, were fast enough, were good enough. And sometimes that's true. But sometimes people die, and it's not because you failed. It's because the world is a place where that happens. When did you get this wise? Hermione made me read a book about grief. Very against my will. Ron's mouth quirked. She said it would give me emotional vocabulary. I think she just wanted to stop me bottling things up and exploding at inappropriate moments. Harry almost smiled. Then the smile died, because the warmth of the tea and the comfort of Ron's presence couldn't quite reach the cold place where Lyra's death lived. Get some sleep, Ron said. Tomorrow's going to be worse. How do you know? Because it always is. Ron stood, squeezed Harry's shoulder the way Harry had squeezed his, and left. Harry lay in the dark. Felt the lake. Felt the bond. Felt the distant, patient pulse of the abyssal, still pressing against the cracked seal, still planning, still smiling in the way that things without faces smile. And in the defense against the dark arts office, the thing wearing Moody's face sat in the dark and smiled too. The seal was cracked. The abyssal was leaking power. The distraction had worked perfectly: 6 dead merfolk, a damaged king, a weakened containment. Crouch Jr. took a swig from his flask, not for the polyjuice this time, but because his hands were shaking. The trench had been terrifying. The climb down, the seal's magic fighting him every inch, the moment when he'd cracked the chain and felt the abyssal's attention focus on him like a searchlight, he'd nearly died. Would have died, if the Dark Lord's artifact hadn't shielded him. But it was done. The first step of the new plan. The boy would try to reseal the breach. Of course he would, noble, predictable, heroic Harry Potter, who couldn't walk past a problem without trying to fix it. He'd channel his power through the throne, open himself to the seal's magic, make himself vulnerable. And when he did, the Dark Lord would be ready. Not to capture Harry. Not to kill him. Not yet. Voldemort's plans had evolved beyond the graveyard ritual, beyond mere resurrection. The abyssal's power was a prize that dwarfed everything: immortality, invincibility, the ability to remake the world in his image. All he needed was for the Boy King to open the door. Crouch Jr. wrote his report. Coded it carefully. Gave it to the Imperious Owl. And in a distant house, the thing that had been Tom Riddle read the words and began to laugh. 2 predators. 1 ancient and chained. 1 broken and rebuilding. And between them, a boy who carried a kingdom in his chest and a crown he hadn't yet accepted and the weight of the dead on his shoulders. Harry rolled over in bed and pressed his face into the pillow. The lake murmured against his awareness, patient and warm and grieving. King, Lyra had said. The last word. The only word. He would earn it. He closed his eyes and dove, not into the lake, but into the dark behind his eyelids, and somewhere in the space between waking and sleep, he felt the abyssal's voice rise from the deep like a bubble from the bottom of the world. "Ah! There you are, little king. Shall I tell you how your ancestors screamed?" Harry opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and said, quietly, to no one and to everything, "Try me." The lake heard. The lake remembered. And somewhere in the deep, for the first time in millennia, the abyssal felt something it had almost forgotten. Doubt. Chapter 4, The Throne of Tides. Hermione didn't sleep that night. Harry knew because the bond told him, not directly, not through the lake, but through the particular silence of a castle at 3 in the morning, broken by the faint scratch of a quill moving at furious speed 2 floors below. He found her in the common room at dawn, surrounded by parchment. The founder's records were spread across 3 tables and most of the floor, their preservation charms filling the air with the smell of old magic, ozone and dust and something like dried flowers. Hermione's hair had achieved a state of disorder that suggested she'd been running her hands through it every few minutes for the past 6 hours. "I have it," she said before Harry was fully down the stairs. Her eyes were red-rimmed but blazing. "The seal. I understand how it works." Harry sat down across from her. Ron appeared on the stairs behind him, drawn by the sound of Hermione's voice or possibly by the instinct that had kept the 3 of them gravitating toward each other for 4 years. "Talk to me," Harry said. Hermione pulled a diagram from the chaos, her own work, drawn in her precise hand, annotated in 3 colors of ink. It showed the seal in cross-section, the chains, the runes, the trench, and at the center, connected by lines that Hermione had drawn in red, the throne. The seal isn't a stand-alone construct. It's a system. The chains are the physical containment, they hold the abyssal's body, for lack of a better word. The runes are the magical containment, they suppress its power, keep it from influencing the water above. But both the chains and the runes are powered by the throne. Dumbledore said that. The throne channels the sovereign's power into the containment. Yes, but it's more specific than that. The throne doesn't just channel power, it channels identity. The Tide King's sovereignty, their connection to the lake, their blood bond with the water. The seal isn't locked with a key. It's locked with a person. The king is the lock. Harry stared at the diagram. So when the bloodline died out, the seal switched to passive mode. No active power source, just the residual enchantments left by the last king who sat the throne. Those enchantments have been decaying for centuries, slowly, because the founder's wards reinforced them from above, but decaying nonetheless. And when you bonded with the lake, the seal started trying to reconnect to a living sovereign. But the reconnection is incomplete because you haven't sat the throne. What happens when I sit it? Hermione hesitated. It was a small hesitation, a fraction of a second, but Harry caught it. Hermione. The process requires you to channel your magical core through the throne and into the seal. All of it. The throne amplifies and directs the power, but the source is you. Your magic, your will, your sovereignty. She met his eyes. Ravenclaw's notes described the process as the sovereign sacrifice. The previous Tide Kings trained for years to build their reserves, to develop the control necessary to channel that much power without burning out. You've had days. Could it kill him? Ron asked from the stairs. His voice was flat, and Harry recognized the tone, Ron cutting through the academic language to the thing that mattered. Ravenclaw's notes suggest it could. Or worse, the abyssal could use the open connection to reach through the throne into Harry's mind. If it overwhelms him while he's channeling, it could. She stopped. Started again, more carefully. It could consume him. Use his body as a vessel. Break free with a living king as its puppet. The common room was very quiet. Early morning light crept through the windows, pale and cold, and the fire in the grate had burned down to embers. There's no other way. Harry said. Not that the founders found. And they looked. Ravenclaw's notes have dozens of alternative approaches, all rejected. The throne is the lock. The king is the key. That's the fundamental architecture of the containment. You can't change it without rebuilding the entire system from scratch, and that would take years we don't have. Harry looked at the diagram. The red lines connecting the throne to the seal to the chains to the abyssal. A system designed by people who had expected the bloodline to endure forever, who had never imagined a scenario where a 14-year-old boy with 2 weeks of experience would be the only option. Then I sit the throne, he said. Harry, what's the alternative? The seal is cracked. The abyssal is leaking through. 6 people are dead, and more will die if I wait. Every hour I spend not doing this is an hour that thing gets stronger. He looked at Hermione, then at Ron. I'm not going to let it out because I was afraid. Ron came down the stairs. Sat on the arm of Harry's chair. You're not doing this alone. Ron, the throne only works for, I don't care about the throne. I care about the 50 other things that need doing while you're sitting in a chair playing chicken with a god. Ron looked at Hermione. What else is in those notes? Reinforcement options. Support structures. Anything that makes the process less likely to kill my best friend. Hermione's expression shifted, from worried to focused, the transition that happened when she had a problem to solve and people who trusted her to solve it. Yes. Several things. The merfolk song magic can amplify the throne's power, the founder's notes mention it specifically. And there's a reference to allied fire that I think relates to Vila magic, Harry said. Yes. The throne was designed for water magic, but the runic architecture can incorporate compatible magical frequencies. Vila fire is the polar opposite of the abyssal's darkness, it's life magic, creation magic, warmth and light. If someone with Vila blood could channel their fire into the throne alongside your sovereignty, it would be like adding a second lock, Harry finished. Fire and water. 2 keys instead of 1. Theoretically. The founders never tested it, there were no Vila in Britain at the time. But the runic structure supports it. I'm almost certain. Almost? 92% certain. I'll take those odds. Harry stood. Ron, I need you to organize evacuation. The castle's lower levels, the dungeons, the kitchens, anywhere close to the lake bed. If this goes wrong, the abyssal breaks through the dimensional pocket and into the physical lake, and the first thing that floods is the lowest point of the castle. Ron didn't argue. Didn't hesitate. I'll get the prefects. Cedric can handle the Hufflepuffs, their common room is closest to the kitchens. Neville can coordinate Gryffindor. Hermione, I need you at the shore. You're my connection to the surface, if I go dark, if the bond cuts out, you need to be the one who decides whether to send help or seal the lake. Hermione's face went white. Seal the lake. Harry, if I seal the lake with you inside, then the abyssal doesn't get out. That's the priority. Not me. Harry James Potter, I am not going to, yes, you are. Because you're the only one I trust to make that call. He held her gaze until she looked away, blinking hard, and nodded. I need Fleur, Harry said. And I need Dumbledore to hold the surface wards. And I need the merfolk ready for war, because even if the throne works, the abyssal isn't going to sit still while I seal it. He paused. One more thing. The hardest thing. And I need Moody contained. Ron and Hermione both stared at him. Moody? Ron said. Why? Because he's not Moody. Harry told them what he'd found in the trench, the footprints, the peg-leg impression, the timing of the seal's sabotage coinciding perfectly with the Death Eater diversion. He told them about the letter on Moody's desk, the 2 specific questions, the careful probing for information about the ruins and the seals. Someone is wearing Moody's face and feeding information to Voldemort. That same someone climbed down to the seal yesterday and cracked it. While we were fighting Death Eaters on the surface. The color drained from Hermione's face. Polyjuice potion. The flask, he drinks from it every hour, every hour. Like clockwork. Because the potion wears off. But who, I don't know. I know what they did. I know they're reporting to Voldemort. And I know that if I go down to the throne and open myself to the seal, whoever is wearing that face will try to finish the job. Ron's expression had hardened into something that looked remarkably like his mother's battle face. I'll handle it. Fred and George owe me a favor, and they've been dying to prank a professor. This isn't a prank, Ron. No. But it starts like one. Ron's smile was sharp. Trust me. Harry did. That was the thing about Ron, when the moment came, when the chess pieces were on the board and the game was real, there was no one Harry trusted more. They split up. Hermione to the library for final preparations. Ron to the Gryffindor dormitories to mobilize the twins and begin evacuation planning. Harry to find Fleur. He caught her leaving the Beauxbatons carriage. She was dressed for action, practical robes, her hair tied back, her wand in a holster at her hip. She looked like she'd been expecting him. You're going to the throne, she said. How did you? Because it is what must be done, and you are the kind of person who does what must be done regardless of the cost. Also, Hermione sent me a note at 4 a.m. with the subject line, Urgent, Throne Mechanics. She raised an eyebrow. Your friend is thorough. She's the best. Fleur, I need your help. I know. It's dangerous. The throne requires, I know what it requires. Hermione's note was 6 pages. Fleur stepped close to him. Her hand found his, and the contact sparked, fire and water, steam and light. You need my fire. You need it channeled through the throne alongside your sovereignty, to create a seal strong enough to contain the abyssal permanently. Hermione said it's theoretically possible but untested. My grandmother burned down a house to free herself from a cage. Untested is a family tradition. Her eyes were steady. Fierce. Unafraid. I told you, whatever is coming, you are not alone. Did you think I said that for decoration? Harry looked at her, this woman who carried fire like he carried the sea, who understood the loneliness of being too much for the world, who had kissed him in a throne room at the bottom of a kingdom and turned the ancient runes to gold. No, he said. I didn't. Good. Then let us go save your kingdom. They went to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was crowded. McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, the heads of house, plus Hagrid looming in the doorway because the office physically couldn't contain him. They'd been briefed, Harry could tell, Dumbledore's doing, honoring his promise of no more secrets. Harry. Dumbledore rose from behind his desk. He looked old. Not the careful, cultivated ancient sage oldness that he usually projected, genuinely old. Tired. The kind of tired that accumulates over decades of carrying weights that no one else can see. I understand you have a plan. I'm going to sit the throne. Channel my power into the seal. Fleur will add her fire to the process, Hermione believes the runic structure can incorporate it. Miss Granger's analysis is sound, Dumbledore said. I reviewed her notes this morning. The risk, however, is mine to take. I know the risks. I'm doing it anyway. Harry turned to the assembled staff. I need the castle defended. The abyssal won't go quietly, when I start channeling, it's going to fight. Everything it has, every tendril of influence it's built up, every creature it's corrupted, it's all going to push back. The lake surface is the last line. If anything gets through, this castle is the wall. McGonagall's expression was granite. We'll hold it. I also need Moody contained. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. He's not who he appears to be. Someone is using Polyjuice to impersonate him. They've been feeding information to Voldemort and they sabotaged the seal yesterday during the Death Eater attack. The silence that followed was dense enough to swim through. Snape's face was unreadable. McGonagall's had gone from granite to steel. Dumbledore's eyes, the twinkle was gone, replaced by something cold and sharp, narrowed. "You are certain?" Dumbledore asked. "Peg-leg footprints at the bottom of the trench, next to a crack in the seal that someone made deliberately. Questions about the ruins and the seals that were too specific, too probing. And the flask, Polyjuice requires redosing every hour. He drinks from that flask every hour, without fail." Dumbledore looked at Snape. The potion's master's expression confirmed something, a suspicion he'd been holding, perhaps, that Harry's accusation crystallized. "The Polyjuice ingredients," Snape said quietly. "Someone has been raiding my stores. I assumed students." "Can you detain him?" Harry asked. "We can and will," Dumbledore said. The cold sharpness in his eyes was fully present now, not the grandfather, not the mentor, but the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald. The man who, beneath the gentle exterior, was one of the most dangerous people alive. "Minerva, Severus, with me. Filius, please secure the castle's lower wards. Pomona, begin student evacuation of the basement levels." The office emptied. Harry and Fleur were left alone with Fawkes, who trilled a single, clear note that sounded like courage feels. "Are you ready?" Fleur asked. "No. Let's go anyway." They went to the lake. Ron had mobilized faster than Harry expected. The shore was organized, Hermione at a makeshift command post with the Marauders map, Ron directing prefects, students filing out of the castle's lower levels in orderly lines. Cedric was there, his wand out, his face set. Krum stood apart, watching the lake with the intensity of a man expecting war. Neville was handing out shield charm tips to a group of fifth years who looked terrified but willing. Harry stopped at the water's edge. The lake was dark, darker than it should have been at mid-morning, the surface reflecting clouds that weren't in the sky. The abyssal's influence. The water itself was changing, corrupted from below, and Harry could feel it through the bond, the wrongness spreading like ink through clear water. "I'm going down," he announced. "Fleur is coming with me. The merfolk will be our army below. I need everyone else on the surface." Cedric stepped forward. "No." Harry turned. "I'm coming with you," Cedric said. His voice was calm, certain, and carried the quiet authority of someone who had thought this through and was not interested in being argued with. "Whatever is down there, it's under our school. That makes it our fight too. Cedric, you need people guarding the approach to the throne room while you're channeling. You said yourself the abyssal will fight back. You can't sit the throne and defend yourself at the same time." He was right. Harry knew he was right, and the fact that Cedric Diggory, who had every reason to stay safely on the surface, who had no blood bond to the lake, no magical obligation, nothing but his own conscience and courage, was volunteering to dive into the darkest water on earth because it was the right thing to do. "Thank you," Harry said. Krum was already transfiguring his robes. "I am also coming." "Krum, you don't have to. You offered to protect my family from a man I was too weak to defy alone. This is how I repay that." His jaw was set, his dark eyes fierce. "And I want to see what a Kraken looks like when he fights a god." Harry looked at them, Cedric Diggory, Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour. 3 champions who'd been his competitors 2 weeks ago, now volunteering to follow him into the deep. Not because of his bloodline or his crown or the fame that clung to him like a curse. Because he'd earned it. Action by action, choice by choice, the slow accumulation of trust that no title could substitute for. "Bubblehead charms for everyone who isn't me," Harry said. "Stay close. Follow the merfolk's lead. And if the abyssal gets past us, it won't," Fleur said firmly. Hermione rushed over from her command post, a scroll in her hand. "Harry, wait. I've been monitoring the wards. The castle's foundation ward is destabilizing. The Abyssal's influence is spreading faster than I projected. If you don't seal it in the next, she consulted the scroll, 3 hours, the ward collapse will cascade into the upper levels. The castle itself could fall. Then we'd better not be late. He kissed Hermione on the forehead. Gripped Ron's shoulder. Ron gripped back, hard enough to bruise. Come back, Ron said. Not a request. An order. Plan on it. Harry stepped into the lake, and the water rose to meet him like an embrace from an old friend who knew this might be goodbye. He transformed, the shift was instant now, painless, his body flowing from human to Kraken like water changing direction. Behind him, Fleur, Cedric, and Krum cast their bubblehead charms and followed. They dove. The lake was different. Even in the physical upper waters, the corruption was visible, dark threads winding through the murk like veins in diseased tissue. Fish floated dead in patches. Grindylows huddled in their wheat forests, not aggressive anymore but cowering. The natural order of the lake was collapsing, its ecosystem poisoned from below. They passed the merfolk village. It was empty, the mere people had already moved to their war positions, deeper down, closer to the threat. Mercus had mobilized every warrior, every elder, every able-bodied merfolk in the lake. This was their home. Their kingdom. They would defend it or die in it. Through the dimensional membrane. Into the kingdom. The ruins were dying. The bioluminescent stone was dark in patches, entire sections of the kingdom swallowed by blackness that wasn't absence of light but presence of something else. The living coral was gray and withered, its brilliant colors drained. The temperature had dropped. The water tasted, Harry could taste water now, another Kraken sense, of metal and something like decay. And from below, the sound. Not the groan of strained chains anymore. A roar. Low, continuous, building, the sound of something vast forcing itself through a gap that was too small and getting bigger. The Abyssal was pushing through the cracked seal with everything it had, and the containment was failing. Harry could feel it in the bond, the seal's desperation, the rune's flickering resistance, the chain's tortured protests. Minutes. They had minutes. Move, Harry said, and dove for the throne room. The merfolk army was waiting. 200 warriors in formation around the throne room's entrance, their tridents glowing with war magic, their song spells humming at the ready. Mercus at the center, her ancient face carved with resolve. Thornfinn at the vanguard, his black iron trident braced, his warriors in tight ranks behind him. The seal? Harry asked. Failing, Mercus said. The breach has widened. Its tendrils are probing the trench walls, searching for secondary points of weakness. How long? It will be free within the hour. Harry turned to his companions. Fleur's face was pale inside her bubblehead charm, but her eyes were steady and her hands were wreathed in Vela fire that cast dancing shadows through the water. Cedric had his wand out, his jaw set, his prefect badge still pinned to his robes as if he'd forgotten to take it off. Krum looked like he was about to enter a Quidditch match where the losing team died. Cedric, Krum, you hold the throne room entrance with Thornfinn's warriors. Nothing gets through. If the Abyssal sends tendrils, you fight them. If it sends shadow creatures, you fight those. Whatever it throws at us, you keep it away from the throne. Cedric nodded once. Krum cracked his knuckles. Mercus, the song. When I sit the throne, I need the merfolk to sing. The old songs, the sovereignty songs, whatever channels power into the seal. Everything your people have. We have been singing for 1,000 years, Mercus said. We will not stop now. Harry looked at Fleur. In the dying light of the kingdom, with her fire burning bright against the encroaching dark, she looked like something out of the myths he'd never known were his inheritance. A flame underwater. Impossible and vital and exactly where she needed to be. You're sure about this? He asked. I told you not to ask me that. I'm not asking if you're sure you want to help. I'm asking if you're sure the fire will work. No, she said honestly. But I am sure of you. And I am sure of me. And I believe that will be enough. Harry wanted to kiss her. There wasn't time. He turned to the throne. It sat on its dais of black volcanic rock, the tentacle-carved armrests gleaming dully in the failing light. The runes around its base were flickering, amber to dark, cycling through a pattern that looked like a heartbeat getting weaker. The throne was dying. The seal was dying. Everything was dying, and the only thing that could stop it was a boy in a chair and a girl made of fire and a hope that the math worked out. Harry settled into his Kraken form one last time. Drew himself up to his full height, all 30 feet, all 8 tentacles, the full, terrifying, magnificent scope of what the Tide King's blood had made him. Then he shifted down. Human. Just Harry. 14 years old, scarred arms, green eyes, messy black hair that floated around his head in the water. He sat on the throne. The runes ignited. Not the flickering, uncertain pulse of the past week. A detonation of light, blue-white, brilliant, searing, that erupted from the throne's base and raced through the runework carved into the floor, the walls, the ceiling, spreading through the kingdom like fire through dry grass. Every bioluminescent stone blazed back to life. The dead coral flushed with color. The water warmed by 10 degrees in an instant. And power hit Harry like a freight train. The throne was a conduit, Hermione had said. A channel. What she hadn't adequately conveyed was the scale. The moment Harry's body made contact with the seat, every ward, every enchantment, every thread of magic that the Tide Kings had woven into the kingdom over millennia connected to him. He was the hub. The nexus. The point through which all of it flowed. He could feel the seal, all of it, every chain, every rune, every anchor point. He could feel the damage, the crack Crouch Jr. had made, the widening breach, the tendrils of darkness pushing through. He could feel the abyssal behind the broken seal, vast, vast beyond comprehension, an ocean of malice and hunger pressing against a wall that was crumbling. And the abyssal could feel him. There you are. The voice wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a thunderclap, a tidal wave, a sound that shook the throne and the chamber and the kingdom to their foundations. The abyssal was done being patient. Its king was on the throne, the channel was open, and the game had changed. Little king on his little chair. Do you feel the weight of them? All your dead ancestors, their bones in the deep, their power in the chains. They couldn't destroy me. They built this prison instead and sat in that throne for generation after generation, pouring themselves into the lock, and every single one of them died in that chair. Harry gripped the armrests. The tentacle carvings cut into his palms, and his blood, Tide King blood, the blood that was the key, seeped into the stone and the runes blazed brighter. You are the last. The weakest. A child who learned to swim a fortnight ago, and you think you can hold me? I have been here since before your species crawled out of the water and learned to breathe. I am the deep. I am the dark. I am everything that waits at the bottom of every ocean, and you are nothing. Harry closed his eyes. Found the seal through the throne's connection. Reached for it. The contact was shattering. The seal's magic flowed into him and through him like a river being forced through a straw, too much power, too fast, his body a bottleneck that the system was never designed to accommodate at this level. Pain erupted along every nerve. His magical core, tripled in density since the transformation, Pomfrey had said, and it still wasn't enough, strained against the load like a muscle asked to lift a mountain. He could feel the seal trying to rewrite itself. The ancient enchantments reaching for his blood, his sovereignty, his identity, trying to incorporate a living king into a system that had been running on fumes for centuries. And in the gaps of that rewrite, in the moments where the old configuration was gone and the new one wasn't yet in place, the abyssal pushed. Tendrils erupted from the trench. Not one or two. Dozens. A forest of living darkness, each one as thick as a tree trunk, each one driving upward through the kingdom with the force of a battering ram. They hit the water like depth charges, sending shockwaves through the ruins that crumbled walls and shattered coral. The merfolk met them. Thornfinn led the charge. His black iron trident blazed with war magic as he drove it into the first tendril, and the impact sent a shockwave of its own, light against dark, order against chaos. The tendril recoiled, split, reformed. Thornfinn struck again. His warriors flanked him, their own trident stabbing, their war songs rising in a harmony that was as much weapon as music. At the throne room entrance, Cedric and Crumb stood their ground. A tendril the size of a bus drove straight for the doorway. Cedric stepped forward and cast, not a shield charm, not a standard defensive spell, but a Patronus. The silver stag erupted from his wand and charged, its antlers lowered, and when it hit the tendril, the darkness screamed. The Patronus was life magic, joy magic, the antithesis of everything the abyssal represented, and the contact burned the darkness like acid. The tendril shattered. More came. Crumb fought with the economy of a professional athlete, no wasted motion, no wasted magic, every spell precisely targeted. He'd retransfigured his head into shark form for the enhanced underwater senses, and he used them ruthlessly, tracking tendrils by pressure wave and intercepting them before they reached the doorway. His stunning spells were ineffective against the darkness, but his reductor curses blasted tendrils apart, buying seconds of respite before they reformed. Cedric and Crumb, back to back, holding the line. Two champions who had no Tide King blood, no ancient heritage, no cosmic destiny, just skill and courage and the fundamental human refusal to let the darkness win. But the tendrils kept coming. More and more of them, the abyssal pouring its essence through the cracked seal like water through a breaking dam. For every one that Thornfinn's warriors destroyed, 3 more erupted from the deep. The kingdom was filling with darkness, not the clean darkness of deep water but the corrupt, hungry darkness of the abyssal's will. And in the throne room, Harry was losing. The seal's rewrite was stalling. His power wasn't enough. The throne demanded more than he had, more magic, more will, more self, and the abyssal was fighting the process from the other side, pushing against the new configuration with the weight of millennia behind it. Harry was caught between the system's demands and the entity's resistance, crushed in a vice that was measured not in pounds but in epochs. "Yield," the abyssal said. Its voice was inside Harry now, inside the throne, inside the seal, inside the connection that ran between all three. "Submit. Become my vessel. I will give you power beyond your ancestors' dreams. We will rule the deep and the surface. No more chains. No more cages. Just the endless, beautiful dark." Harry heard the offer. And beneath the obvious temptation, power, control, freedom from responsibility, he heard the real offer. The one the abyssal had crafted specifically for him. No more burden. No more being the one everyone looked to. No more carrying a kingdom on his shoulders. No more choosing between impossible options with other people's lives hanging in the balance. Just let go. Just stop fighting. Just sink into the dark and let it be over. He was 14. He'd been carrying the wizarding world's hopes since he was 11. He'd watched people die. He'd been hunted, lied to, manipulated, feared. And now the dark was offering him the thing no one had ever offered, rest. Harry's grip on the armrests loosened. Just a fraction. Just enough for the abyssal to feel the wavering, to push harder, to pour its whispers through the gap. A hand closed over his. Warm. Not lake warm, fire warm. The heat of a living sun pressed against his skin, and where it touched, the cold retreated like shadow from a flame. Fleur. She had swum to the throne. Across the dark water, through the corruption, past the tendrils, one of which had scored a line of char across her left arm, the wound sealed by her own fire before it could bleed. She was kneeling beside the throne, one hand on Harry's, the other pressed flat against the armrest's carved tentacle. She didn't speak. Couldn't, the bubblehead charm kept her voice locked inside its sphere, inaudible in the surrounding water. But she didn't need words. Through the contact, Vila fire meeting lake magic, warmth meeting cold, light meeting dark, she pushed something into him that was beyond language. A feeling. Simple and vast and utterly human. The feeling of standing on a shore with someone who chose to stand beside you. Not because they had to. Not because destiny demanded it. Because they looked at you, at all of you, the boy and the monster and the king and the scared child, and decided, this is where I belong. Warmth in the cold. Light in the dark. A hand in his, saying I'm here, and you are not alone, and we are going to survive this because I refuse to accept any alternative. Harry's grip tightened on the armrests. The blood from his cut palms met the stone. The stone met the runes. The runes met the seal. And Fleur's fire, flowing through the contact of their joined hands, entered the system like a match dropped into tinder. The throne blazed gold. Not blue-white, gold. The same color it had flashed when Fleur touched it during their first visit. The runes transformed, their cold water light becoming something warmer, something that burned as well as flowed. Fire and water. Vila and Kraken. Two magics that should have been incompatible, that every textbook said couldn't coexist, fusing in the ancient runic architecture and creating something that neither could produce alone. A seal of fire and water. A lock with two keys. Twice as strong as any Tide King had ever produced alone. The Abyssal felt it. And for the first time in its eternal existence, it felt something it had almost forgotten. Fear. It screamed. The sound tore through the water like an earthquake, shattering stone, collapsing tunnels, sending shockwaves that knocked merfolk warriors tumbling. The Abyssal threw everything it had at the throne room, every tendril, every shadow creature, every ounce of its primordial power focused on breaking through to the two humans who were, impossibly, reforging its prison from the inside. Thornfin's warriors fell back. The defensive line crumbled, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of darkness pouring from the trench. Tendrils broke through the throne room walls, punching through luminescent stone, reaching for the throne with the desperate hunger of a drowning thing clutching at air. Cedric went down. A tendril caught him across the chest, and the impact sent him spinning through the water. He hit the throne room wall hard enough to crack his bubblehead charm and floated there, dazed, his lungs burning, his wand slipping from his fingers. Crumb caught him. The Bulgarian grabbed Cedric by the collar, hauled him behind a pillar, and cast a fresh bubblehead charm with one hand while firing reductor curses with the other. His shark-formed teeth were bared, his eyes wild, his entire body screaming defiance at the darkness. Get up, Crumb growled at Cedric, his transfigured jaw making the words barely intelligible. Get up and fight. Cedric got up. Grabbed his wand. And fought. Above the battle, above the kingdom, above the dimensional membrane, on the surface of the Black Lake, something broke through. A tendril of darkness erupted from the water like a geyser of ink. It was smaller than the ones below, the membrane filtered some of the abyssal's power, but it was still 20 feet of living shadow, reaching for the sky, groping toward the castle. On the shore, Hermione saw it first. Defensive line, she screamed, and the assembled witches and wizards, teachers, students, aurors, responded. Spells flew. Patron uses charged. Dumbledore raised his wand and cast something that Harry couldn't see but could feel through the bond, a wave of pure magical force that hit the tendril like a wall and held it, suspended, thrashing, unable to advance. But it was costing him. Even Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of the age, was straining. His face was lined, his hands shaking, his ancient body channeling power that would have killed a lesser wizard. Ron was in the thick of it. He'd been evacuating students, herding terrified 11-year-olds out of the dungeons, directing prefects, keeping the flow of bodies moving toward the upper floors. But when the tendril broke through, he'd sprinted to the shore and now stood beside Hermione, his wand out, casting shield charms and patron uses and anything else he could think of to support Dumbledore's containment. How long does Harry need? Ron shouted over the chaos. I don't know. Hermione shouted back, her eyes on the map, her wand casting defensive spells almost absently. The bond, I can feel something through the bond, he's channeling, it's working, but I can't tell how long, then we hold until it's done. Ron, hold. He looked at her, her oldest friend, the boy she'd once described as having the emotional range of a teaspoon, and saw something that had always been there but rarely had occasion to surface. Ron Weasley was not the smartest person in the room, or the most powerful, or the most talented. But when the walls came down and the darkness closed in and everyone needed someone to stand in the gap and simply refuse to move, he was the one who did it. Hermione grabbed his hand. Not romantically, desperately. A human connection in the face of something inhuman. Ron squeezed back and kept casting. Neville was beside them. His shoulder wound had reopened, blood staining his robes, and he was pale as parchment. But his wand was up and his shield charms were holding, not just holding, improving. Each one stronger than the last, as if the crisis was burning away whatever self-doubt had been capping his power for 4 years. The twins were doing something inexplicable with what appeared to be filibuster fireworks modified to produce concentrated light. It was working. Sort of. The abyssal's shadow substance recoiled from the bursts of color and heat, and Fred, or George, was cackling like a maniac while George, or Fred, handed him fresh rockets. Daphne Greengrass stood apart from the main group, alone, her wand moving in precise patterns that Harry would later learn were ancient Greengrass family wards, blood magic, technically illegal, but extraordinarily effective against dark entities. She didn't look at anyone. She didn't ask for help. She simply warded her section of shoreline with the cold efficiency of someone whose family had survived centuries of dark wizard conflicts by being very, very good at defense. And in the castle, in the defense against the dark arts office, Ron's gambit was playing out. Fred and George's prank had been elegantly simple. They'd coated the inside of Moody's flask with a contact sedative, one of their own inventions, modified from the sleeping draught with some creative additions that Snape would have been reluctantly impressed by. When the imposter drank, the sedative hit his system at the same moment as the polyjuice, and the conflicting magical effects caused both potions to fail. Crouch Jr. collapsed in his office mid-transformation. His face melting from Moody's scarred visage to something younger, thinner, more fervent, the face of a dead man who wasn't dead, Bartemius Crouch Jr., faithful servant of the Dark Lord, architect of the seal's sabotage. McGonagall found him. She bound him with conjured chains, she didn't trust ropes, confiscated 3 wands, he'd kept Moody's as a backup, and discovered the real Moody locked in his own trunk, alive but barely. Snape administered Veritaserum with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been on both sides of the interrogation table. Crouch Jr. talked. He couldn't help it, Veritaserum stripped away the lies the way the Abyssal stripped away magic, leaving only naked truth. He told them everything, how he'd escaped Azkaban, how he'd captured Moody, how he'd entered Harry's name in the goblet, how the original plan had been the graveyard ritual, Harry's blood for Voldemort's resurrection. And then, how the plan had changed. The Dark Lord wants the Abyssal, Crouch Jr. said, his voice dreamy and distant under the Veritaserum's influence. Not to free it. To consume it. To absorb its power. He's been feeding on the leaked energy through the mark. Every Death Eater's dark mark is a conduit, a straw drawing up the Abyssal's essence from the lake through the castle's foundations. He's been growing stronger. Not fully restored, he needs the blood ritual for that, but stronger. Strong enough to reach the lake when the seal breaks. Strong enough to take what's inside. McGonagall's face was white. Where is he? Close. He's been close for weeks. The Riddle House. Little Hangleton. Waiting. Crouch Jr. smiled, beatific, lost in his fanaticism. When the seal breaks, when the Abyssal emerges, the Dark Lord will be there. And he will become something beyond mortal. Beyond wizard. Beyond God. Snape was already moving. We need to inform Dumbledore, Dumbledore is holding the surface, McGonagall said. If we pull him away, if we don't, the Dark Lord reaches the abyssal and the question of holding the surface becomes academic. McGonagall made a decision. Snape would go to Dumbledore. She would secure Crouch Jr. and find Moody. Speed was everything. Below the lake, Harry felt none of this. He was lost in the throne's magic, his consciousness spread across the seal like a net, his power, and Fleur's fire, flowing through the runic architecture and rewriting the containment in real time. The new seal was taking shape. Not the old one, that was broken beyond repair. Something new. Fire and water runes replacing pure water runes, the architecture doubling, tripling in complexity and strength. The abyssal fought every inch, pressing against the forming barrier with the weight of epochs, and Harry pushed back with everything he had. It wasn't enough. Not because the power was insufficient. With Fleur's fire added to his sovereignty, the power was there, more than enough, theoretically, to contain even a primordial entity. The problem was bandwidth. Harry's body was the channel, and the channel was too small. The power was a river, and he was a garden hose. He was burning out. He could feel it, his magical core, overtaxed beyond anything it was designed to handle, fraying at the edges. Each second on the throne cost him something. Reserves he'd never rebuild. Potential he'd never reach. The throne was eating him alive, consuming his magic to feed the seal, and when his reserves ran dry, the seal would fail and he would be nothing but an empty vessel for the abyssal to fill. Yes, the abyssal whispered. Burn, little king. Burn yourself out. And when there is nothing left of you, I will be here. I have always been here. The merfolk were singing. Harry heard it through the fading edges of his awareness, the war song, the sovereignty song, the morning song. 200 voices raised in a harmony that was older than language, older than music, a sound that the water itself remembered and amplified. The song hit the throne's runic architecture and resonated, adding power, adding structure, adding the collective will of a people who had guarded this place for 1,000 years and were damned if they'd let it fall now. The bandwidth expanded. Not enough. But the song bought time, precious seconds where the power flowed faster and Harry's body wasn't the only channel. The merfolk were offering themselves. Their magic, their voices, their lives, flowing into the system alongside his. Harry felt each voice like a heartbeat. Mercus, ancient and fierce. Thornfinn, proud and unwavering. Dozens of warriors he'd never met, would never know, who were singing themselves hoarse in the dark water to keep their king alive for 10 more seconds. It wasn't enough. Close. So close. But the abyssal was vast, and the seal needed more, and Harry's reserves were guttering like a candle in a hurricane. Fleur's hand tightened on his. She was trembling. The fire flowing through her was immense, Vila power channeled at a volume that no quarter Vila should have been able to sustain. Her skin was glowing, literally glowing, the light visible through the water in a corona of white gold that made her look like a star that had taken human form. Harry, she said. The word was muffled by the bubblehead charm, distorted by the water, barely audible over the song and the roar and the thunder of the seal rewriting itself. He heard her anyway. Through the bond. Through the fire. Through whatever connection had existed between them since the day she'd looked at a boy who turned into a monster and seen someone worth knowing. Let go, she said. What? You're holding back. I can feel it. You're trying to control the flow, rationing your power, pacing yourself, trying to survive the process. Her eyes blazed. Stop surviving. Start giving. If I let go, I'll, trust me. Trust the throne. Trust what we are together. Her fire flared, and the throne's runes blazed brighter. You told me not to hide. Don't you dare hide now. Harry looked at her. At the fire in her eyes and the steel in her voice and the absolute, unwavering certainty that radiated from her like heat from a furnace. At the hand on his, burning and freezing and holding him in the world when every other force in creation was trying to pull him out of it. He let go. Not gradually. Not carefully. He ripped the gates open, tore down every wall his instincts had built to protect him, and let his entire magical core pour through the throne and into the seal like a dam breaking. The world went white. The power that erupted from the throne was beyond anything the kingdom had felt in millennia. Fire and water fused in the runic architecture, creating a seal of such density and force that the stone around it cracked from the sheer magical pressure. The channels blazed gold and blue, Vila fire and Tide King sovereignty, intertwined, inseparable, a lock made not from one key but from two, each one strengthening the other. And the merfolk's song, amplified by the throne, harmonized with the fire and water fusion, hit the abyssal like a hurricane. Not a seal. Not a cage. A purge. Harry reached into the darkness with the throne's power and unmade it. The abyssal shrieked, a sound that shattered stone and cracked the trench walls and sent shockwaves rippling through the dimensional pocket hard enough to level the remaining ruins. Its tendrils dissolved. Its shadow creatures evaporated. Its vast, primordial consciousness, the thing that had been the ocean's darkness for longer than life had existed, fractured. Not killed. You couldn't kill something that had existed before death was invented. But Harry didn't need to kill it. He needed to disperse it, break it apart, scatter its essence into the lake's water where it would dissolve into harmless ambient magic, too diffused to think, too scattered to act, too diluted to ever reconstitute. He did this the way a wave breaks a sand castle. Not through precision or cleverness but through sheer, overwhelming, ungovernable force, the full power of the Tide King's blood and the Vila's fire and the merfolk's song and the throne's ancient amplification, all of it channeled through a boy who had decided that this ended now. The abyssal came apart. Its darkness broke like fog in sunlight, scattering, thinning, dissolving into the water around it. The cold malice that had haunted the deep for eons became ambient warmth. The whispers became silence. The crushing, patient, infinite hunger became nothing. The trench lit up. For the first time since the kingdom was built, light reached the bottom, the gold and blue light of the new seal, blazing through the water, filling every crevice and shadow with warmth. The chains, no longer needed, dissolved into the same ambient magic. The runes rewrote themselves one final time, not amber, not flickering, but solid gold, steady and permanent and new. The seal was complete. Not the old seal. Something better. Something that didn't need a king chained to a throne for eternity, something that ran on the fusion of fire and water, self-sustaining, self-reinforcing, a lock that needed no key because it had become part of the lake's fundamental architecture. The cost hit Harry all at once. His magical core collapsed. Not permanently, but completely, like a muscle pushed past total exhaustion, unable to contract, unable to respond. The throne's connection severed. The runes dimmed. Harry slumped forward in the chair, his vision going dark, his body going limp, his consciousness falling like a stone through deep water. The last thing he felt before the darkness took him was Fleur's hand on his, warm and steady and refusing to let go. The last thing he heard was the merfolk, still singing. 3 days later, Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing ceiling. He knew it by heart, the cracks in the plaster, the particular shade of white that Madame Pomfrey maintained with obsessive precision, the way the morning light fell through the high windows in long, golden bars. Something warm was pressed against his right hand. He turned his head. Fleur was asleep in a chair beside his bed. Her hand was on his, her fingers still interlaced with his, and even in sleep, she hadn't let go. Her silver blonde hair was loose, spilling over the arm of the chair. Her left arm was bandaged, the tendril burned from the battle, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't slept much in the past 3 days. She was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Not the Vila beauty, the real kind. The kind that comes from being exactly who you are and not apologizing for it. Harry's fingers tightened around hers. Fleur's eyes opened. Blue. Deep blue, like the ocean on a clear day. She blinked, focused, and her face did something that Harry would remember for the rest of his life, a sequence of emotions so fast they blurred together, relief, joy, tears, fury. "You idiot," she said, and kissed him. It was better than the throne room. Warmer. Softer. No ancient runes, no primordial darkness, no kingdom at stake, just two people who had faced the end of the world together and survived and were choosing, in the quiet of a hospital wing at dawn, to be grateful for that. "How long?" Harry asked when they broke apart. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core was completely depleted, which she described as the worst case of magical exhaustion she had ever seen, bar none, and she hoped never to see its like again. Fleur's impression of Pomfrey was eerily accurate. "She also said you would make a full recovery, which is the only reason I have not murdered you for scaring me." The seal. Holding. "The new seal is, Harry, it's extraordinary. The gold and blue runes are stable, self-sustaining. The abyssal is gone, dispersed, like you planned. The lake is clean. The corruption is fading. The merfolk are already rebuilding. Cedric. Crumb. Alive. Cedric has 3 broken ribs and a concussion that Madame Pomfrey described as impressive. Crumb has a fractured jaw from the shark transfiguration backlash. They are both very proud of themselves." Harry sagged into the pillow. Alive. Everyone alive. The seal holding. The abyssal gone. Then the rest hit him. Moody, the imposter, captured. Bartemius Crouch Jr. He has been under Veritaserum and has told the Ministry everything, Voldemort's plan, the graveyard, all of it. The 3rd task has been cancelled. Fleur paused. Fudge is, handling it poorly. But even he cannot deny the evidence. Voldemort. Snape went to the Riddle House with a team of Aurors. Empty. Voldemort felt the abyssal's dispersal and fled. He is still out there, Harry. Weakened, Crouch said the Dark Lord had been feeding on the abyssal's energy through the Death Eater's marks, and losing that power source has cost him dearly. But alive. Harry closed his eyes. Of course. Voldemort was still out there. The world didn't wrap up neatly, there was always another problem, another threat, another shadow on the horizon. But for now, today, in this moment, the abyssal was gone, the lake was safe, his people were alive, and the girl he loved was holding his hand. He could work with that. Dumbledore came that afternoon. The headmaster looked better than he had before the battle, the desperate, straining exhaustion was gone, replaced by something quieter. He sat in the chair on the other side of Harry's bed. Fleur had vacated it briefly to shower and change, extracting a promise from Harry that he would not do anything stupid while she was gone, and folded his hands in his lap. Harry. Professor. They looked at each other. The old man and the young king. The manipulator and the boy who'd refused to be manipulated. Something between them had changed, not broken, but fundamentally altered, the way a bone that breaks and heals is stronger at the fracture point but never quite the same shape. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. "Not just for the secrets, though those were grave enough. For the pattern. For the habit of deciding what others can bear, what they should know, when they are ready. I have done this for so long that I had ceased to recognize it as a choice. It had become reflexive. I know. You deserve better. You have earned better." Dumbledore's voice was stripped of its usual polish, no twinkle, no careful phrasing, just an old man talking to a young one with something approaching honesty. "What you did on the throne, the merfolk are calling it the cleansing. In 1,000 years of Tide King history, no sovereign has ever done what you did. Not alone. I wasn't alone. Fleur was extraordinary, yes. As were Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb, the merfolk, your friends on the surface. You built something that I, with all my power and all my years, never managed to build, a community that fights for each other, not for a leader. That is worth more than any throne. Harry absorbed this. The abyssal is really gone. Dispersed. Its essence is dissolving into the lake's ambient magic, harmless, diffuse, unable to reconstitute. The process will take years to complete, but it is irreversible. The new seal is not a containment, it is a dissolution engine. Rather elegant, actually. Miss Granger is writing a paper. Of course she is. Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, tired, self-aware, carrying the weight of mistakes acknowledged. I must also tell you something that I should have told you years ago. About the prophecy. About Voldemort. About why he came for you that night. He told Harry. The prophecy. The chosen one. The mark of the one who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Harry listened. The anger was there, muted now, tempered by exhaustion and the strange clarity that comes after surviving something impossible. But it was there. Another secret. Another piece of his own life withheld by a man who thought he knew best. I'm not going to shout at you, Harry said when Dumbledore finished. I've done enough shouting. You've earned the right to more. Maybe. But it won't change anything. Voldemort is out there. He's coming for me. He was always coming for me. Harry looked at his hands. The gray patches from the abyssal's touch were fading, slowly, like bruises, and beneath them, his skin rippled faintly with the residual magic of the throne. I'll fight him. I'll protect Hogwarts. I'll do whatever needs to be done. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, but I won't be your chess piece. Not ever again. Harry met his eyes. I am the Tide King. I have a kingdom, an army, and allies who chose to stand beside me. I will work with you, Professor. I will accept your guidance when it's offered honestly and your help when it's given freely. But the days of you deciding what I know and when I know it are over. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, not the careful, calculated nod of a strategist conceding a point, but the genuine, slightly relieved nod of a man setting down a burden he'd been carrying too long. I accept those terms, he said. And I am, glad. Glad that you are who you are, Harry. Glad that the Tide King's blood chose someone worthy of it. He stood. Paused at the door. One more thing. The real Alastor Moody is recovering. He asked me to tell you, and I quote, the boy's got more guts than sense, which makes him either a hero or an idiot, and in my experience, there's no difference. I believe he intends it as a compliment. Harry laughed. It hurt, his chest ached, his magical core was still gutted, everything was sore, but it was the first real laugh he'd had in days, and it felt like sunlight. Dumbledore left. Ron and Hermione came. They arrived together, as they always did, as they always would, shoulder to shoulder, complementary, the two halves of a whole that Harry was the third point of. Ron carried food. Hermione carried books. Some things were universal. You look terrible, Ron said cheerfully, dropping a bag of Honeydukes chocolate on the bed. You look like you haven't slept in a week, Harry countered. 3 days. Close enough. Ron sat down and immediately tore open a chocolate frog. Hermione wouldn't let me sleep until we'd finished the evacuation debriefing, the ward status report, the casualty assessment, and something she called a post-crisis operational review, which I'm pretty sure she invented. It's standard practice in Muggle emergency services, Hermione said with dignity. She sat on the other side of the bed and produced a scroll. Harry, the ward status. The castle's foundations are stabilized. The connection to the lake is actually stronger now, the new seal is pumping ambient magic into the ward scheme at a rate the founders probably designed for but never achieved. Hogwarts is safer than it's been in centuries. And the Ministry? Fudge is, processing. Crouch Jr.'s confession is too detailed and too corroborated to dismiss, but Fudge is constitutionally incapable of admitting that Voldemort might be returning, so he's focused on the parts he can handle: Crouch Jr.'s trial, the Death Eater attackers, the security breach at Hogwarts. He's spinning it as a Ministry success story. Of course he is. Umbridge has been recalled to London. She was pushing for the lake to be placed under Ministry quarantine, but Dumbledore invoked the Hogwarts Charter, the clause about the lake's sovereignty that I found, and the legal team at the Ministry couldn't find a way around it. The lake is yours, Harry. Legally, historically, and magically. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual. So. King of the Lake, eh? Does that mean I have to bow? Harry shoved him. Try it and I'll throw you in. Ron shoved back, grinning, and for a moment, just a moment, everything was normal. Three friends on a hospital bed, eating chocolate, pretending that the world wasn't more dangerous and more strange than it had been a month ago. Then Ron's grin faded into something more serious. Harry. What you did down there, the throne, the seal, all of it. You almost died. Almost doesn't count. It counts to me. Ron's voice was rough. And to Hermione. And to Fleur, who has been sitting next to your bed for 3 days refusing to eat and threatening Madame Pomfrey with Vila fire whenever anyone suggested she leave. Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded, her eyes bright. We can't keep doing this, Ron said. You can't keep almost dying while we watch. If Voldemort is really out there, if he's really coming, we need to be ready. All of us. Together. What are you suggesting? Ron squared his shoulders. Train us. The way the merfolk train their warriors. The way Lyra trained you. We need to be ready for what comes next, and we need to be more than just your sidekicks who show up and worry. Harry looked at his two best friends. The bushy-haired girl who had solved the seal's architecture in one sleepless night. The red-haired boy who had organized an evacuation, captured prisoners, and held the shoreline against a primordial entity's tendrils. His sidekicks. His partners. His family. Yeah, he said. Let's do that. They stayed until Madame Pomfrey chased them out. Harry slept. When he woke, it was evening, and Fleur was back in her chair, reading a book with one hand while the other held his. You're awake, she said without looking up. You're still here. I told you I applied to work at Gringotts London branch after graduating. She turned a page. Someone must ensure the Tide King does not forget the surface world entirely. Is that the only reason? She looked up. Her eyes caught the last light coming through the windows, and for a moment, they blazed with the same gold that had filled the throne room when fire met water. No, she said simply. It is not the only reason. She smiled. He smiled. Neither of them said anything else. Neither of them needed to. It wasn't a declaration. It was a promise. Of time. Of presence. Of more. Harry was released from the hospital wing the next morning, against Madame Pomfrey's strenuous objections. His magical core was recovering, slowly, like a muscle rebuilding after injury, and his body ached in ways that no potion could fully address. But he could walk, he could think, and there was something he needed to do. He walked to the lake. The morning was clear for the first time in weeks, the February overcast had broken, and sunlight poured over the grounds in golden sheets. The black lake glittered. Not the dark, oppressive glitter of a week ago, but a clean, bright shimmer that spoke of healthy water and healthy magic and an ecosystem beginning to recover. Harry could feel it through the bond. The lake was healing. Fish were returning to the dead zones. Grindylows were emerging from their hiding places, tentatively, as if testing whether the world was safe again. The giant squid was swimming lazy circles in the deep water, its 3 hearts beating in a rhythm that matched Harry's own. He waded in. The water was cold, February cold, normal cold, the honest cold of a Scottish lake in winter. The unnatural warmth of the abyssal's corruption was gone. The lake was itself again, ancient, deep, vast, and sovereign. Harry's. He dove. Shifted to his half-form, just enough Kraken to breathe water and navigate the deep. Through the grey water, past the merfolk village, bustling now, the mere people rebuilding with the focused energy of a community that had survived a catastrophe and was determined to come back stronger, and through the dimensional membrane. The kingdom had changed. The dimensional pocket was smaller, significantly smaller than it had been before the battle. The throne's power surge and the abyssal's dispersal had destabilized the expansion enchantments, and the vast ocean of the original Tide Kingdom had contracted to something more modest. Still far larger than the physical lake above, miles of space where there should have been hundreds of feet, but a fraction of its former glory. The ruins bore the scars of the battle. Collapsed walls. Shattered coral. Entire avenues buried under rubble. But the bioluminescent stone was alive again, glowing blue-white, steady, without the corruption's flicker. The surviving coral was already regrowing, vivid colors creeping across the damaged surfaces with the slow persistence of nature reclaiming a battlefield. And the throne room. Harry swam through the entrance, past the cracks in the walls where tendrils had punched through, past the pillar where Crumb had sheltered Cedric, and found the throne. It was cracked. A fissure ran down the center of the obsidian seat, splitting the carved tentacles, bisecting the runes. The throne had given everything in the cleansing, channeling more power than it was designed to handle, and it had broken under the strain. But the runes were still there. Dimmer now, gold and blue, the fire and water fusion, pulsing gently like embers in a dying fire. The throne was damaged, not dead. It could be repaired. In time. Mercus was waiting for him. She floated before the throne, her whalebone trident in her hands, flanked by Thornfinn and a dozen warriors in ceremonial garb. Behind them, more merfolk, hundreds, filling the throne room and the avenue beyond, their faces solemn. The trial of blood is complete, Mercus said. Her voice carried the weight of ritual. You faced the kingdom's greatest threat. You bled for us. You nearly died for us. The deep has tested you, and you stand. Harry hovered before the throne. The cracked seat, the damaged runes, the kingdom shrunk and scarred around him. Not the grand inheritance he'd first discovered, not the pristine, breathtaking realm of luminescent stone and living coral. Something smaller. Something broken. Something real. I accept the crown, Harry said. Not a physical crown. Mercus raised her trident, and Thornfinn stepped forward, carrying something that Harry hadn't seen before, a bowl of water, glowing with bioluminescence, collected from the deepest surviving point of the kingdom. Mercus dipped her fingers in the water and touched Harry's forehead. The mark appeared immediately. A pattern of bioluminescent light, spreading from where Mercus touched across Harry's skin, not paint, not a tattoo, but a living design that pulsed with the lake's heartbeat. It covered his forehead, traced down his temples, and settled into a configuration that looked like waves, or tentacles, or the ancient rune script of the Tide Kings. It would be visible only when he touched the water. When he was dry, on the surface, in the human world, it would be invisible. But it was always there. Always marking him. Always reminding him. Thornfinn knelt. My king, he said, and the words held no reservations. Mercus knelt. The warriors knelt. The merfolk knelt, all of them, filling the throne room with a silence that was not empty but full, brimming with loyalty and grief and hope and the fierce, quiet pride of a people who had found their sovereign at last. Harry looked at them. His people. His kingdom. His responsibility. I will not rule from the deep, he said. I am a surface dweller. A student. A boy, still, in many ways. I will not pretend to be something I am not. But I am your king, and I will protect this kingdom and everyone in it with everything I have. This I swear. Mercus rose. Her ancient eyes glittered. The Tide King does not rule from the deep, she agreed. The Tide King rules from the threshold. From the place where water meets air. That is where the power is, in the boundary. In the between. Between. Like Fleur had said about the Vila, not fully human, not fully creature. The fire at the boundary. Between. Like Harry himself, not fully wizard, not fully Kraken. Not surface, not deep. Both. The threshold. Go back to your world, Tide King, Mercus said. Go back to your school and your friends and your war. We will be here. The kingdom will endure. And when you need us, when the surface world sends its darkness against you, you will find an army at your back. Harry bowed. Not a king's bow, a bow of respect, equal to equal, sovereign to sovereign. Then he turned and swam upward, through the dimensional membrane, through the grey water of the physical lake, toward the light. He surfaced at the shore. Ron and Hermione were waiting. Of course they were. They stood at the water's edge, bundled against the February cold, and when Harry emerged, human, soaking wet, the Tide King's mark invisible but present, always present, Ron held out a towel and Hermione held out a cup of tea. How was the coronation? Ron asked. Wet. Shocking. Ron handed him the towel. Listen, mate, I've been thinking. Still dangerous. About this summer. You're going back to the Dursleys, right? Harry's stomach clenched. The Dursleys. Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs that had become a small bedroom that had never become a home. Every summer, the same purgatory, for walls and a family that hated him, waiting for the school year to resume. I don't know, Harry said, and for the first time, the words felt true. He had a kingdom now. Allies. Power that the Dursleys' mundane cruelties couldn't touch. Did he need to go back? Did the blood wards that Dumbledore insisted upon actually matter anymore, when Harry's own magic was 10 times stronger than anything the protections could offer? Think about it, Ron said. Mum's already offered. And now that you're a king, I reckon she'll insist. She's always wanted royalty at the dinner table. Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, it was easy, natural, unforced. Not the laugh of a boy burdened by impossible weights. The laugh of someone who had set some of those weights down and found that the world was still turning. Hermione caught his eye. She was smiling, the warm, relieved, slightly watery smile of someone who had spent 3 days managing a crisis and was only now allowing herself to feel the fear she'd been suppressing. I'm proud of you, she said. Both of you. All of us. Group hug? Ron suggested. Absolutely not. Ron hugged them both anyway. Hermione protested. Harry didn't. They walked back to the castle together, 3 abreast, the way they always walked, Ron on the left, Hermione on the right, Harry in the middle. The morning sun was warm on their faces. The black lake sparkled behind them. And somewhere in the deep water, a kingdom hummed with the quiet contentment of a place that had found its king. Fleur found Harry that evening, at sunset, at the lake. She didn't say anything at first. Just stood beside him and watched the water turn to gold as the sun dropped behind the mountains. The February air was cold, and her breath steamed, and where she stood close enough for their shoulders to brush, the contact produced a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. Madame Maxime has formally released me from my Beauxbatons obligations, Fleur said eventually. My performance in the tournament was considered sufficient for my final year evaluations. I am, as of this morning, a qualified witch with no immediate employment. What a coincidence. I happen to know a king who's looking for someone with fire. Do you? Her lips curved. And what would this king offer? A kingdom that's half in ruins. A throne that's cracked. An army of merfolk who are deeply suspicious of anyone who isn't aquatic. And a boy who turns into a sea monster and doesn't know what he's doing most of the time. Fleur pretended to consider. The Gringotts position pays better. Probably. And involves significantly less risk of death by primordial entity. Almost certainly. She turned to face him. The sunset painted her in gold, and her eyes held the fire that was always there, always burning, never hidden. Not from him. Never from him. I think, she said, I will take both. The Gringotts' job for the money. The king for everything else. She kissed him. The lake steamed. The sun set. And for one perfect, suspended moment, the world was exactly as it should be, vast and dangerous and full of shadows, but lit, in the places that mattered, by fire and water and the stubborn, magnificent refusal of two impossible people to be anything less than what they were. Harry stood at the lake's edge and looked out at the water. His water. His kingdom. The surface was calm. The depths were quiet. The bond hummed in his chest, steady, warm, alive. Below the surface, the merfolk were rebuilding. The new seal pulsed gold and blue. The abyssal was gone, its essence dissolving into harmless magic, its prison transformed from a cage into a dissolution engine that would run for centuries without a king chained to the throne. And beyond the lake, beyond the castle, beyond the mountains and the borders of the world he could feel, Voldemort was out there. Weakened, furious, robbed of the cosmic power he'd planned to consume. But alive. And planning. And coming, someday, for the boy who'd taken everything from him. Let him come. Harry had a kingdom at his back, a fire at his side, friends who refused to let him fight alone, and a power that the Dark Lord had never anticipated and couldn't comprehend. He had scars that would never fully heal and memories that would never fully fade and a crown that he hadn't asked for but had earned in blood and will and the simple, stubborn refusal to let the darkness win. He stepped into the water. The lake rose around his ankles, warm and welcoming, and on his forehead, invisible to anyone not touching the water, the Tide King's mark blazed to life, bioluminescent waves and tentacles and ancient runes, written in the language of the deep, telling a story that was old beyond old and still being written. Harry smiled. The lake smiled with him. And beneath the calm surface, a kingdom waited for its king to come home. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.